15 Minutes of Murder, a raw, unfiltered dive into the most haunting unsolved crimes with your creator and hosts, Tanisha Slater and Craig Chapman. After every episode, they break down the case with resident private investigator Desiree Edwards of Sunshine Investigations and star of VH1's Caught in the Act, Unfaithful. But it's not just their theories, it's yours too.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first sneak peek of 15 Minutes of Murder, where we're just going to give you a little slice of what our show is about. I am one of your hosts, Tanisha Slater.
And I am Desiree Edwards, your resident crime expert.
And my name is Craig. We just wanted to give you a rundown of how this series is going to work. Every episode and every story and every case that we go through will start off with a sort of like preview television series that gives a rundown of the case that we're going to be featuring that week. In the first week, we will show this video, and then after that airs, people will be able to submit questions to us. You can also go to our website, 15minutesofmurder.com, and join our Substack. So we'll have a case file there for you to look at, and you can submit questions there. You can submit questions on our YouTube channel and any other social media outlet. And then the following week, we'll deep dive into the case through a podcast where we'll all join in, and you at home will have your questions answered, and possibly one or two of you will join us on the series.
Craig, that's a big deal. The viewers get to join us and try and break down what actually happened. We can go from who done it to what's missing to what they missed. And with the crime expert, we'll be able to pick apart cases a little bit deeper.
And our viewers get to kind of like keep us in line and let us know, Desiree, you think you know everything, but you don't. Here's what I think. See, I'm ready for that part.
This will also give not only us, but everybody at home an opportunity to explore things that maybe weren't explored at the time that the cases happened. So alternative theories, things maybe we see that were missed, or any sort of like ideas that we might have or you might have at home.
Yeah, I think the best part about this too is that we're going to be featuring all unsolved cases. So it also brings light to the 15 Minutes of Murder, which is also our title, obviously. But 15 Minutes of Murder doesn't mean like 15 minutes of murder. We're going to show you a 15-minute clip. It means every murder somehow gets its 15 minutes of, so to speak, fame. So hopefully with this, with cold cases and unsolved cases, we're bringing to light some things that maybe got overlooked. So you never know what we can crack.
I'm hopeful that maybe some of these cases can become solved just from renewed interest, right? And new advancements and crime investigations and all that kind of stuff. So I'm excited. I think this show is going to be hugely beneficial, and I think our viewers are going to enjoy it.
And we're going to be covering cases specifically from like the 80s, early 80s, where technology and crime solving was a lot different. It was more boots on the ground.
That whole perspective of these investigating agencies just have experience overall that they may not have had 30 years ago. And they can employ those things and get some of these families and communities some closure.
Maybe we should also take this time to sort of introduce ourselves in case people are wondering like where we come from and sort of what we're all about. I was a television producer for 20 years in New York, working on some good and some really terrible reality shows at MTV and VH1. And I started at Nickelodeon. And that's kind of how I met Tanisha.
Yes, and my name is Tanisha Slater, and I have been in the television industry for over 20 years. I have worked on live shows, morning shows, competition shows, reality shows, talk shows, you name it. I've worked on it from MTV, CBS, ABC, Hulu, lots of good stuff. Like Craig said, lots good, but also some, you don't really want to mention. But I am a big true crime fan. Me and my gals, we get together on Fridays and we watch crime documentaries and throw our 2 cents in there. And that's why this show is going to be really exciting for me. I will be editing your shows, bringing you all the details from what happened to what didn't happen. And I'm really enjoying that a lot as well.
I am Desiree Edwards. I am a criminal defense investigator in the proud city of Detroit, Michigan. A woman approached me, said, "Hey, Des, I like your vibe. I like the way you talk, the way you move. I own a private investigation agency. Do you want to come work for me?" I didn't know private investigation is a real thing. And that's what I've been doing. I went to work for her. It's been more than 10 years, and this is what I do. My work is kind of different from other investigators because I specialize in criminal defense. So 15 minutes of murder isn't just an interest for me, it is my career. This is what I do in real life every day, which is solving crimes and figuring out who did it and who didn't.
Okay, let me just interrupt you really quickly because
Hey, girl.
don't let Des fool you. Des is at the top of her game. Des now owns this private investigation firm, which is her own. Okay, and she is the top sought after private investigator.
That is
To
true.
fool you.
That all of those things are true. I,
She just
where
wants
do,
status.
yeah, where do we put these things?
We put it out there for the people. Let them
We
know.
put it out there for everybody to know.
That's right.
Not only do I do these criminal defense cases here in Michigan at the state level and the Fed level, I do them across this country. I've worked in more states in this country than I have not. I get international phone calls inquiring about my investigation services. And what Tanisha, while she's checking me, what she ain't tell y'all is that she casted me for the second season of MTV's Caught in the Act Unfaithful, where I was a featured investigator for season 2. So when Tanisha say that I do it all, she's not lying.
Nope, not one tell. And we're going to bring you some good programming, and we're going to have lots of amazing, great conversation, and hopefully, bring some things to light, and hopefully you will enjoy our show.
Yeah, lots of really good cases coming up. And again, just another quick rundown. Each week we'll feature a short sort of television style series that gives a background on the case that we're featuring. You can then go to our website, 15 Minutes of Murder, check out what we have going on there, and to also link to our Substack where you can download a case file just to get more information. You can submit questions there, and you can submit questions through our YouTube channel as well. You can just comment below our videos. The following week, we'll dive a little deeper here on the podcast for the series. We'll answer your questions, give our own opinions, and also, at some point, maybe bring a guest or two on the series to join us as well. Thanks for tuning into the preview. Let us know what you think, if you have any thoughts or ideas, and we will see you in a couple weeks.
April 11, 1981. A quiet mountain town in Plumas County, California. A cabin in the woods, and one of the most brutal, unsolved mass murders in American history. This is 15 Minutes of Murder. Tonight we take you inside the infamous Ketty Cabin murders. A case so disturbing it's haunted investigators for more than 40 years. Ketty was a tiny resort town tucked into the Sierra Nevada mountains. Population less than 100. In 1981, Sue Sharp, a 36-year-old single mother of 5, rented Cabin 28. She was trying to give her kids a quiet life away from a difficult marriage. On the night of April 11th, Sue's children were in and out of the house. Teenagers Sheila and Tina were with friends. John, 15, and his buddy Dana Wingate, 17, were out hitchhiking. The two youngest, Rick and Greg, were inside, watching TV with a friend named Justin. By dawn the next day, the peace of Cabin 28 was shattered. Sue's 14-year-old daughter Sheila returned home at 7 a.m. after spending the night at the neighboring cabin of the Seabolt family. What she found would scar her forever. Inside the living room, her mother Sue, her brother John and his friend Dana were dead, bound with medical tape and electrical cords. Their bodies, savagely beaten and stabbed. One of the boys had been strangled. And Sue was gagged with her own underwear, which was secured with tape, and her throat was slit. The room was chaos. Furniture was overturned, the walls and ceiling were splattered with blood. A butcher knife, a hammer, and a steak knife so violently used, the blade was bent in half. And then, one chilling detail. 12-year-old Tina was gone. Not in the house. Not in the yard. Vanished. Incredibly, the three younger boys were unharmed. As the murders raged in the living room, they slept through the night untouched, just feet away. Or did they? One of them, 12-year-old Justin, later told investigators he had dreamed, or maybe seen the murders happening. He described men with knives, even details of their clothes. But his story changed with every retelling. Who could have carried out such a savage attack? Suspicion quickly fell on two men, Martin Smart, a neighbor, and his friend Bob, a drifter with a violent history. Martin had a rocky marriage. His wife Marilyn told police that Sue Sharp had encouraged her to leave him. The night of the murders, Martin admitted he and Bo were out late. He later confessed in a letter, never shown to a jury, "I paid the price of my wife and I killed the problem." But no one was ever charged. Decades later, in 2016, investigators uncovered a hammer in a nearby pond believed to be one of the missing murder weapons. Still, DNA evidence has not yet solved the case. In 1984, a skull was found in the woods of Feather Falls nearly 100 miles away. Dental records confirmed it was Tina Sharp. How had she been taken? Why was she separated from the others? And why, after 4 decades, does this case still remain unsolved? The Ketty Cabin murders are among the most haunting mysteries in American crime history. A family slaughtered. A child abducted. Multiple suspects. And a trail of evidence that always seemed to go cold. Was this the work of men fueled by rage and revenge? A botched home invasion? Or a conspiracy covered up by corruption in a small town? We may never know. But tonight, we ask you, what do you believe really happened inside Cabin 28?
When officers stepped into cabin 28, they walked straight into a nightmare. Blood smeared across the walls, bodies brutally attacked, 3 victims murdered, a child missing, and a crime scene so chaotic even seasoned investigators froze in place. And the horror that unfolded inside that cabin still leaves more questions than answers. Welcome to 15 Minutes of Murder, case file, the Ketty Cabin Murders. Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday, and welcome to the full podcast version of 15 Minutes of Murder, where we are going to deep dive into the Ketty Cabin murder case. We're going to be running down everything from top to bottom that you saw in the mini case file, and we're going to talk about some questions that our viewers have had and submitted on our YouTube. I am your host, Tanisha Slater, with co-host Craig and our resident crime expert, Desiree.
Present.
So we're going to be jumping into a deep dive of this first case that we've done, the Ketty Cabin Murders, where a family was slaughtered in their home in a tiny mountain resort. And it's basically a 40-year-old mystery riddled with corruption. So this happened on April 11th, 12th, Ketty, California. The victims are Glenna Sue Sharp, who was 36. Her children, John, 15, Tina, 12, Ricky, 10, and Greg, 5. John and Tina were actually murdered. And John's friend, Dana Wingate. 3 youngest boys survived the attack. One of them was a friend of the young boys, and they were asleep in the back room. So we're going to get into the background of the Sharp family and a little bit of the background on Ketty. So the Sharp family, they were a military family, and Sue was in a bad marriage. They lived over on the East Coast, and she went out west with her kids to make a better life for them. Wound up in a small town in Ketty, what she did for work. And she was receiving money actually from the U.S. Navy through her husband, through her ex-husband. And it was only about $250 a month.
Right.
She worked a part-time job. Again, not making much. I'm sure she got by with what she could. And she was also on public assistance. She was on government assistance.
And I
So,
think she also received some kind of stipend for school or something like that.
oh yeah,
Right, she was in
yeah.
college,
I remember. I
college,
remember
right?
reading that.
Yeah, at least enrolled. And then there was some kind of questions about if she actually attended the classes or not. But yeah, she was receiving a stipend for school.
Yeah. So she obviously, you can give her her props as being a mom trying to get her kids out of a nasty situation with an abusive husband or allegedly abusive husband, and relocated to Ketty for affordable living.
She had a brother or somebody that lived near Ketty, California, right?
Yeah, that's when they lived in the, at least according to everything that I have come across, a really raggedy trailer park or something
Hmm.
that was so bad that it made this cabin 28 in Ketty look luxurious.
Mm.
So that was their stop before cabin 28.
Yeah, and we keep saying cabin, and like you think of like a little small cabin in the woods, but this was a sizably large home that they lived in. It was once a vibrant railroad resort
Hmm.
town. It was thriving. But by the 1980s, it was run down. It was isolated. There was crime. Crime was getting, on the rise, and, it wasn't so much of a safe place. You escape one, nightmare and,
Hmm.
walk into another. It happens. But a small population. I think, Des, you said, when you say small, we're talking
Small.
small.
We're talking if the three of us, along with maybe two other people, we could count the amount of residents on our collective hands and feet, right? I believe the Google census search that I did said it was like 100 people in Caddy. I have worked dozens of cases where there have been more than 100 witnesses. So we're not talking a lot of people. Like if we were to probably to count up the people who lived on any of the blocks that either of us live on, we would probably come to 100 folks easily.
Yeah, yeah. But when that's all that's in your town, then everybody knows everybody. You all know
Everyone knows
everybody.
everyone.
Or if you're not, you don't know everyone, you're related to half of the town. So,
Right.
the fact that, it's a small town and the fact that there was poor police oversight from the Plumas County Sheriff's Department kind of puts this case in a tricky situation of being unsolved all these years
Mm-hmm.
later.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's get into some social dynamics of the town. So, supposedly there was some resentment towards Sue and tension with neighbors, um, jealousy, rumors floating about. Um, I don't know exactly what this jealousy was stemming from,
Mm-hmm.
but I could only guess that it might have been her neighbor and little thing happening there between her neighbor's husband, who wound up being a suspect for a minute.
From the things that I've seen, I would kind of, I don't know, I would kind of describe Sue as maybe like a hot girl. I get from her that she was like maybe pretty and like the new girl in town. Um, that's the vibe that I get from her. And you know how it is when it's the even like think about when we were in high school or elementary school, when the new person comes, everyone is like, ooh, a new person. Let me look at that person. But I get that vibe from Sue that she was just like that girl. Whether because she's Sue Sharp and just that girl, or if she was that girl because she was new in this community. But I get that it was a lot of jealousy around Sue.
And, there's obviously things floating around of
Mm-hmm.
possible drug activity,
Mm,
uh, transient residents in and out.
mm-hmm.
And, you mix a lot of that. You don't know how much she got mixed into. And I also wonder if she knew that's what she was coming into, being that, she had family in Ketty. Did she know that's the kind of town she was walking into with her kids?
Yeah, I don't know if because see, what I don't know is how long her family was in that area, right? So if her family was there long enough to know that this was kind of like a shady population, and they were just like, "Hey, sis, bring the kids to come out here." But it definitely was a shady population. And I think somewhere I read it was because the the sheriff lived there in cabin 28 previously, and it was some kind of scuttlebutt about the sheriff living in cabin 28 and therefore being surrounded around a lot of lawlessness amongst the community with him living in 28. So it was, it was a shady environment. No, so I was gonna say, like, one of the things as you're setting up and going into the intro of the stuff that we're talking about, something that has always stuck in my head is the husband's name is John. I'm
Mhm.
sorry, James. James Sharp is Sue's ex-husband and this military person. What do we know about his discharge or whatever from the military?
You know,
Like,
I don't know much about what
yeah.
went on.
Like I'm wondering what was because it was the allegations that he was abusive to
Mhm.
Sue and the children. And the military, they have a whole nother set of rules. Like you can't be
Oh,
over
yeah.
here with this mess, right? So
Not
I'm
at all.
wondering if like he was discharged from the military in what that looked like
Yeah,
in
that is
his
definitely That is definitely interesting. And you also wonder, like, what uh did he have any role in or a say with her taking the kids, or was it, she
Yeah.
just got up and left?
Because even like how much contact would he have had with those kids? Because what we know about children, they gonna run their mouth
Yeah.
and they gonna tell everything. And if he was on the phone with any of those kids at any time and Sue had some mess going on in and out that house, Dad, mommy was hanging out with so and so and so and
Mhm.
so, and mommy was, you know what I'm
Well,
saying?
but we have to remember too, it's 1981, or
It
in the early
is.
80s, and we didn't
Yep.
have like quick, call up dad on FaceTime and tell him all
Yeah,
about what
but
mom did
but
on the
even if
weekend.
even if it was a pay phone call once or twice a month, kids are always kids. Kids are always going to tell. So even if it was that monthly call, it would have been mommy, daddy, mommy has been hanging out with these people. And as
Yeah.
far as the investigation goes, um, was James ever part of that? And did he ever report back to the investigators any information that the kids will have given him about the company Sue was keeping?
True.
Like, just where is James?
I think that's a good question. Like all the research I did and all of the background I read about this case, they mentioned him and they mentioned that she moved a pretty long distance from the east coast of
Mm-hmm.
the US all the way out to Keddie, California, which I believe is like northern mid California somewhere up
Yes.
in the mountains. But that was the extent of it, just that he was abusive and that she bounced and took the kids with her.
Yeah. Because I'm gonna tell y'all, when I'm working cases and I really want to find out some good stuff about someone, I will go into the family court side because typically courts have two sides, the criminal side, well, maybe three, criminal, civil, and then family. So I would then go into the family court side and run a person's name to see if there were any divorce filings, any paternity filings, any child support filings. And I will go and talk to that person and get tons of information from those people. So essentially, I'm going to find your baby mama or your baby daddy to give me all of the tea on you as an investigative tool. And I think that
Mhm.
if they didn't do that with James, they may have missed
Mhm.
a lot of information.
But also the fact that, you know, a lot of people and a lot of things that I've read in the specific site where I read that, she wasn't exactly the ideal mom who everybody painted her out to be, and that she was actually renowned for leaving her kids and abandoning her kids and leaving them at home to fend for themselves, and that she spent most of her time with her best friend named Nina. So, I mean, you just don't really know what happened, because
Right.
but when
I,
people are saying, I mean, people are quick to say when you leave your kids, when you're not a good mom, people are quick to, point that out and just, spread that.
yeah, and then I mean, again, you just said it is 1981. So was she leaving her kids, or was
Mm.
she just like? Because in 1981, leaving your
I
kids looked.
mean, I was a latchkey kid. I had the
I
green string with her put
swear,
on my neck.
in 1981, it was you leave the house in the morning when you wake up, and then you come back at maybe street light time or something like that. So to say that she left the kids, right?
Mm.
Um, Looking back at it from my 2025 perspective,
Yeah.
I don't really know what that means. Because we were all left if that's the case.
Yeah, certainly. I had an older brother, and the second my parents were gone, and he was supposed to be watching me, he was gone and down the street with his friends. So I was home alone all the time until like the neighbor teenage girl would come over and sort of like babysit me until my parents would come home.
Right. Yeah.
So
So I kind of want to give Sue some credit on that. I don't want to necessarily say, oh, she was a neglectful mama and she was ripping and running the streets.
Yeah.
I don't want to go
Yeah.
there with Sue just yet.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
was
that's
looking
very
for
true.
a little more information on the husband, and
Yeah, no.
the only thing I could find is what we already talked about.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's very slim. There's really not a lot out there about him, just that basically she left him and was trying to look for something better. I've read that she even stayed with his parents for a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
She was a stay-at-home mom while he was in the military.
Mm-hmm.
but
So
yeah, there's just a lot about like her mothering, and sad to say, like when you have a lot of, it makes me wonder if people were talking bad about her being a mom, be, are they recalling her being a bad mom because of what happened, or if they really thought that.
Right. And so, like, basically, like an implied truth, kind of like,
Mm,
oh, well, now that this has happened,
yeah,
hindsight, I
yeah,
guess she was a bad mom because how else could this have happened if she wasn't a bad mom? And
yeah.
I feel that's a sad and unfair assessment, right? Um,
I mean, because when you think about it, you could say somebody's a bad mom all they want, but with that amount of kids, and you are concerned with, she could have left and went to Ketty all on her own and left those kids wherever if she didn't care.
she could
And
have
she
left him
was a
with
bad
James.
mom. She could have left them with James. She could have left them with their parents.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like you, I won't
Mm-hmm.
go down that road and and speak ill
Right.
in that way. Um,
Yeah, because that parenting thing, I like to kind of shy away from that because
mhm,
I got 4 kids and a husband and it's hard,
mhm.
right? So I
Yeah,
can only imagine what it would be like as a single mother with 4 or 5 children and very little income. So I definitely want to give Sue grace and the benefit of the doubt on that.
yeah. So the children she had from teens down to little ones, and we'll just like recap the activities of that evening. So what we do know is that on that evening, John and Dana went to hitchhike, to hang out in Quincy, where I think that's where her brother had lived. They had
Mm-hmm.
a small place out there. And they went to go hang out with some friends. And there were friends that claimed that there was possible encounters with drug involved teens. I don't know a lot about that, and that the friend Dana was seen with some sketchy individuals, some street locals. So
Yeah, in this side of town where this activity where the kids were hitchhiking to and going to party to, that's the side of the town that everyone alleges that Sue would, when she was abandoning the kids, that's where she would go,
mm,
on this side of town. Um, and it was some like conflicting information about how the boys got back home and who took them back home and
mm,
was that those sketchy people they were with in
yeah,
this
were they
sketchy part of
followed?
town.
I mean, that's true too. If the kids
Yeah,
were like involved in something that mom didn't know about, did the kids owe money? Did the kids,
yeah,
get too cocky out there? Like we don't know. And
yeah, and
how, and who exactly was Dana Wingate? Like they couldn't have been, lifelong friends. These are new. This has to be a new friend. You don't know who he was or what he was into or what he got John into. Because I mean, you could go off on any angle and be like, oh, it was the kids hanging out with the wrong people. Oh, it was
right.
Sheila hanging out with the wrong people. It was the neighbors who were jealous. There's just
Yeah,
so
and that's what has frustrated me from the top to the bottom about this case because it has just been left with so many possibilities, right? So at some point, if we start off with 10 theories or 10 possibilities, at some point a thorough investigation will narrow that down. So now we went from 10 to now we're at 6. But with this case, all of these possibilities and all of these theories have been just left to fester and survive 40 years later.
So we've got John and Dana who went off and they were out hitchhiking, doing whatever, young fellas do in the 80s. And
Mm-hmm.
then, you got Sue and the younger kids at home watching TV. Now with Sue, her two younger boys, and their friend Justin. And, I guess they're all watching, TV, just sitting at home. And I guess Sheila was over at a friend's house. Now the thing with Sheila being at the friend's house is that I had read that Tina, the youngest daughter, usually
Mm-hmm.
slept over at the neighbor's house, and Sheila never had anything to do with them.
And that's because Sheila was new into Caddy.
Mm-hmm.
So Sheila was away, depending on if this is a theory that you believe, Sheila was away in another state having her baby. And she visited
Oh,
the Caddy
wait a
cabin
minute.
one time.
So Sheila has a baby?
Mm-hmm. So here, girl, here go the tea. So Sue's friends,
Uh-huh.
the Meeks had a boy in the family. I want to say Richard, don't quote me on that. But there was a son in the Meeks family that is allegedly the baby's dad of Sheila, got Sheila pregnant. Sue then sent Sue sent Sheila to Oregon to stay with relatives there and had the baby. So by the
Oh.
time, so by the time Sue and the rest of the family moved into Caddy, Sheila was away in Oregon. So she came to visit them like December, maybe the Christmas, because the murders happened in April. So then Sheila would have went to visit them around Christmas. So that would have been Christmas of 1980. Then April of 1981 is when the murders happened. And a few weeks before the murders happened, so now we're in late March of 1981, is when Sheila moved in to Caddy with the rest of the family.
So then that makes it even stranger that she
Even
would be at the
stranger.
neighbors and no baby.
And no baby. So that's a whole nother theory, right? Where supposedly the Meek family was pissed off at Sue for putting this baby up for adoption because the Meek family wanted the baby. And the Meek family saw this baby as the first grandbaby of the family.
Oh wow.
And
So
where did the Meek family live?
they lived on the best way for me to describe it is that they would have lived on that sketchier side of town. Not to
Yeah.
say that the Caddy cabin ain't the sketchy, because obviously it is,
Yeah.
but they live on that other side of the town.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that now that you say that, it makes it even stranger to me because my mind started going to like what Sheila into. And so I was reading that, it was typically Tina because the neighbors had younger kids, that Tina would go over and
Mm-hmm.
always spend the night there and, hang out there. But that night, while Tina was there, Sheila went over and sent Tina home and Sheila stayed there.
Mm-hmm.
So Tina would have been spared had she stayed like she typically would at the neighbor's house.
Right.
But Sheila sent her home,
Correct.
which is odd.
Which is odd. Sheila sent Tina home from the cabin that was right next
Directly
door
next door.
to them. And no one in that home allegedly heard any noise, any bumping up against the wall, anything coming out of that house. And what was also something to me about the Seabolts is that because that's the family who lived
the
in that
neighbors.
cabin next door. They said, I got it in my notes because it stuck out to me crazy. Y'all give me 1 second. According to the timeline that I have, Sheila went to the Seabolt's house at around 8 p.m.
Mhm.
Then the Seabolts reported seeing a weird green van outside of cabin 28 at around 9 p.m. Then Tina is sent home at 9:30.
Which is late for a 12-year-old, right?
I think she was 10. No, she was 12.
And that's
10. But not only that, this is what struck me. This is a town of 100 people. So that means we're a close-knit community, right? So if I notice a vehicle that I hadn't seen before outside my neighbor's home, and then the next morning I found out that neighbor's home that weird vehicle was parked in front of, people were
right,
murdered and slaughtered in that
right,
vehicle.
right.
I
With
mean,
a
slaughtered in that
CCTV
home.
out.
If we're a small town like that, whose green van is that? I've never seen that
Yeah,
green van.
yeah,
If someone pulls up in a green van in front of my house right now, I might just look out the window and be pissed off that someone parked in
yeah,
front of my house, right? But I live in a larger city.
yeah.
But in a small town like that,
I
and
think the
then
first place I'm gonna go is to Quincy. Start looking for a green van.
green van. But also when Tina was sent out to go home and you saw that weird, awkward
Oh
van,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
you're not like, Tina, hold on. Hey, I'm finna walk Tina home. There's a
Right,
car out here.
right.
It's just,
Yeah, and we don't know how
Uh,
long that car was out there or when it
mm-hmm,
left.
mm-hmm. So did someone send Tina away to be murdered?
Mm. I mean,
Tina was ultimately not murdered at first, right?
we don't know that. I mean,
We
she could
don't
have
know
been
that.
murdered first and dumped, or she could have been held for who knows how long.
Mm-hmm.
She could have escaped from her captors and died on her own.
Well, we know that she at least tried to escape because the
Yeah,
back pocket of her jeans was ripped
yeah.
when
And I
when when
guess
they when they found her remains. So somebody she was trying to get away from someone. But yeah, I think that timeline right there, that hour and a half timeline, has been sticking with me since I started doing my homework on this case.
so. There were witnesses who did, report that they saw a bearded man with glasses earlier in the week, seen around the Sharps cabin. No, no leads were really ever followed up properly to check and see who that was, who the green van was.
No, we don't know. And part of that is because um back to the Seabolts. When Sheila made her discovery and she went and reported it to them, do you know that they didn't call, it took an hour before they called the cops?
How in the world? What are you doing for an hour?
What are you doing? And they are the people who went back. So Sheila reported what she saw to them and that the boys were in the bedroom. So they went back and retrieved these kids. So you would have seen this scene and you not call the cops for a
Yeah.
whole hour.
How do you pull the
Maybe,
kids out without?
maybe,
I mean, they walk through the living room and see everything that's happened. But let's
Well,
let's just let's just talk about the. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Craig.
no, I was going to say maybe we should just for people listening at home describe sort of
Yeah, I'm going to talk about
what
the crime
happened.
scene.
Yeah.
So the
oh,
crime scene, they were found. The family was found on April 12th by Sheila. She was at the neighbors. She got up in the morning. She walked home, opened the door, and found her mom John and Dana, slaughtered in the living room and bound with medical tape, bludgeoned, stab wounds, blunt force trauma, blood splatter everywhere,
Everywhere.
everywhere. That it literally looked like there was just complete struggle and hours of torture.
Mm-hmm.
There was a knife that was bent in half. Like, do you know how much force it takes to bend a knife in half when you're stabbing somebody? That's violent. That is brutal. That is hatred. That is zero
Mm-hmm.
regard for human life
Mm-hmm.
and zero regard for a mother and children. Um, a hammer was used.
Mm-hmm.
To murder with a hammer, that's monstrous.
Yeah, and in my work, um, knives, stabbings are some of the most personal um crimes, right? We know if I'm working a case and the victim in my case has been stabbed, I immediately think of the closest people to that victim. Who has the most access to him? Who, whether that is physical or just like in the family, in the friend unit, because a stabbing is a very intimate
Yeah.
is a very intimate crime.
Um,
One of Sue's wounds was so deep that it touched her spine. Like that is the force. And just think about your torso, your body right now, like where your spine is. You know what I'm saying? Like someone would have to force that knife through your torso, through your chest cavity or wherever and reach
yeah.
your spine. And your spine is deep in there for a reason.
Yeah. And
And
It's
so,
protected.
that knife, in the pictures, it almost looks like they would have had to like push down on them, like
Mm-hmm.
almost cave them in a little bit to reach down in that deep.
Yeah, I don't even know how you would the direction and motion you would need to stab someone to get to a spine. Like I don't even medically, I don't even know how that's possible. If nothing else, like I said, we were created for our spines to be hidden and protected because they are literally the backbone, right, of our existence. And for you to reach that, and
so
I
I
want to
mean,
say, just for our viewers who are like love timelines and accuracy and things like that, Sheila allegedly returned home that morning to make this discovery at 10 a.m.
so the kids. So you're
Wow,
thinking kids. Now that I'm thinking, like kids are early birds, especially that age
that
of
young,
the
yeah.
children that were.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way they didn't get up and walk around that house before Sheila got there and possibly
Mm-hmm.
see what was happening. Um,
The neighbor, was it the Siebel father was the one that went to the back door to get the boys out. The boys that survived came out the back door. They didn't want to take them through
mm,
the house to see the murder scene, essentially, is what I read.
Yeah. And so I get that, but what also I don't get about that is if you walk into the home and you see all of that carnage and you see in this other room over there that there are alive people, you just leave them there. You don't say, "Come on, y'all, let's go, let's get out of here." What do
Yes,
you
she left and she went back next door, right?
right? She went back next door, but if she would have saw them, why wouldn't it have been, "Come on, y'all, let's get out of here"? Or if they saw her seeing them, then why didn't they say, "Don't leave, Sheila, don't leave, take us with," you know what I'm like it.
I don't know. It's just so hard because it's just like, you want to put yourself in that situation, like just visually to try and think of what you would do or what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But if I walk in the door and I've just gone through having my own child, let alone these are my baby brothers, like I'm storming through there, I'm going out the back door with them is someone still in the house? Are they still
Right,
there?
right.
Like, how do you?
Where's the sister? Where's my little sister?
Yeah, where's my little sister? Like, what?
Yeah, what are they? Ricky, Greg, Justin, where is Tina?
Yeah,
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean,
Where's Tina? So it's again, it's we could do this. This caddy stuff is enough to
yeah.
carry.
It's like the theory or whatever is that either one, the killers weren't threatened by young kids or even worried about these kids being able to identify them, or be able to pick them out of a lineup, or they knew them and were like, let the kids, that's not what we came to do. But what did you
Hmm.
come to do? Like, what is the
Right.
point? What, like, why? And there goes the motive again. Why?
Why?
Like,
Yeah.
why do you slaughter a mom and her two sons? Were you there to murder Sue and the younger boys intervened and you had no choice there?
Hmm.
Or were they all sleeping? Like, when the boys came home, like, what were they doing when they were approached, or when someone broke in? Did they break in? Did they sneak in? There was no signs of breaking in, so they
Right.
obviously just came in.
Right. Yeah. Well, no one needed to break in, because the way the house was laid out, like you see how the in the pictures, the front of the cabin looks very cabinish.
Mm,
And the back of the house looks very houseish,
yeah,
right? And that's because it's a addition back there. And the older son, I want to say is John, he lived back there. And there was only one bathroom. And so they kept the house open so that John could come in and out to access the bathroom and, the kitchen and, sit around with the family. So the door would have always been open. No one would have needed to break in. No, there wouldn't have needed to be a sign of forced entry.
so like, thinking and knowing and knowing about the case, three basically grown-ups, because when you're a teenager, you're big enough.
Hmm.
I mean, you see the boys, they're not little, you know
They were
so
17 at the time, right?
yeah, so I mean,
Hmm.
they're nearly on their way to being young men. So there were multiple weapons. I mean, I don't know from experience, but I do know that murdering someone is a physical, exerted activity,
Hmm.
um, because you're fighting someone to overtake them. And
Yes.
so, can one person overtake two boys and a young mom trying to protect her kids? So, is there more than one?
Yeah. I was for that scene, the way that scene looked and the damage that was done to Sue and the children, I would dare say that it was maybe two or three people in that house, because we would have needed someone to not just cause the harm, but we would have needed someone to control that scene. Because otherwise, you know, someone coming out the window,
Yeah,
someone's running out the back door. And
yeah.
in fact, while we're talking about the back door, there was a weird fingerprint or thumbprint on the railing of the back stairs,
And linked to who?
unidentified.
Yeah, that's what.
So, Ketty, this is what we're talking about. And but that jives with, maybe that's the reason why there is no forced entry, because if you are Sue's friend and you visited the family regularly, you would probably know that they kept that back door open. So if you're coming in to murder them,
Yeah.
where are you coming from? You're coming from the back door, and you may have planted that thumbprint on the rail as you're coming up and down the stairs. But yeah, that's the
Well,
cabin.
Well, yeah,
but
so that takes us to the investigation, right? Which had all kinds of problems.
Oh, some of which we've already discussed.
Yep.
Let me say this too, y'all. So this is the full timeline that I know it. So we have Sheila going to the Seabolt's cabin at 8:30 p.m. that night. Then the Seabolts reportedly see the van outside cabin 28 at 9 p.m. Then Tina leaves the Seabolts to go home at approximately 9:30 p.m. Then John and Dana, depending on who says it, arrived home at sometime between 11 and 11:30 p.m.
And then the murders supposedly take place between we don't know.
Between we don't know. So around 1:15 that morning, the folks in cabin 16 woke up because they heard noise. Marty and Bo left the bar that they were hanging out at.
Who is Marty and Bo?
So
Marty,
Marty is
I know who
Merlin.
they are, but we
I know.
should explain who
Go
they
ahead, crime
are.
expert.
we're
Yeah.
about to. We're about to.
Okay.
So Marty Smart is Jason, the one of the little boys who are in the bedroom. That is his stepdad.
It's Justin or Jason?
Justin, Jason, what did I say?
It was Justin, right?
Okay. Justin. So listen, I'm a mom. I don't even know my
Whatever
kids'
your name
names
is.
sometimes. Yeah, whoever you are, that person. So that's his stepdad, and Marty is married to Marilyn. Bo is Marty's homeboy. So they were at this bar acting a mess and drinking and fussing and causing a commotion, and they left the bar at 1 a.m.
Now,
And
the two of them
depending,
were actual suspects.
they were suspects. That's where this is going. So they were the suspects. They leave the bar at 1 a.m. And not only are they actual suspects, but the legend is that Marty was having an affair with Sue.
Mhm.
And Sue may have told Marilyn, who was Marty's wife, that of this affair. And so,
Or I heard or read
what you
that
hear
she was trying to convince Marilyn to leave her husband.
to leave. So Marty and Bo at the bar, hanging out, whatever, they lit. Then they come. So then we got the people in cabin number 16 hear some noise and commotion at 1:15. Now, Marty and Bo allegedly returns back to that bar at 1:30.
So what's the
So
time frame between they leave the bar and come back to the bar?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Exactly.
Mhm.
That's a whole lot of stuff to
Yeah.
have done to a whole lot of
You're
people.
talking about travel time. You're talking about, and you can't, there's no cleanup. You're going to have blood
They
all over
gotta
you.
clean themselves, yeah.
You can have blood all
Mm-hmm.
over you, and to murder
Mm-hmm.
3 people in 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, you
And
leave
and
fingerprints.
and you're gonna want to sit down because
Yeah.
if you're stabbing someone so hard with that much force where you're reaching their spine, you're tired, you're out of breath.
It makes me wonder, like, why they're even suspected. Like, was it solely on the supposed affair, or because they were at a bar and left the bar, they were
Well,
hell bent?
one of the young boys that survived out of the three described them.
Mm. But
Remember,
he
he
was
was,
describing, but then Justin's just allegedly describing his dad.
yeah.
Correct. And then
Or
that there
maybe
is
maybe
that,
they did go to the cabin. Maybe he just went there to check on his kid. I mean, that's a
yeah,
possibility.
that's a whole nother set of like a whole nother level of twisted though. Like I am going to go into this home where my child, stepchild, if you want to be specific about it, where my child is asleep and there to have a good time with their friends, and I am going to go in this house, me and my drunk homeboy, and we are going to slaughter everyone in this house while my son is in the back room.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe they did leave the bar in that 30 minutes, go visit,
Okay.
but nothing had happened at that point. They just
Nothing
go
happened.
check in and then,
We went back to the bar.
go back to the bar.
Yeah.
Right. But
So
I don't,
you don't think
what'd
that
you say?
happened? You don't think that happened?
I don't think what happened.
That they just kind of popped in, checked in, and then went back to the bar?
Um,
Because that places
I
them at
just,
the scene of the crime, but doesn't mean they did it, because at the time that they arrived, maybe, the murders hadn't even happened
well,
yet.
more than that, I just question the timeline. Not necessarily that they didn't like really do it, because maybe they did, right? But I know for sure they didn't do it in 30 minutes. I know that for sure.
Well, to talk about the main suspects, Martin Smart, of course,
Martin
married to
Smart.
Marilyn, supposedly having an affair with Sue, was their neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
He was also
Mm-hmm.
an abusive man to Marilyn. And it's reported that Sue was trying to help Marilyn. I guess, she'd been through it before with her husband James, or her ex-husband
Mm-hmm.
James. So I mean,
Mm-hmm.
she could have been just helping him out. I don't know how true this affair, business is. But
Right.
the smoking gun here is that the hammer used in the murder was owned by Marty. So the hammer belonged to him. And the fact that he told his therapist that he killed Sue. Why he
Well,
would.
so there are supposedly two hammers.
Mm,
Yep.
And the hammer that was found, weirdly found 35 years later, I believe, is the hammer that Martin says matches the description of his hammer. I don't think that the hammer that was left neatly and nicely on the table in Sue's home was that knife. I
so
mean
yeah,
that
let's talk about the weapons, like where they were. The hammer was left on a table. Like, I mean, and then also
yes,
you leave the murder weapons. Like, who
correct.
leaves behind murder weapons?
And you leave them not just scattered about, like where, like, okay, so if I beat you with a claw hammer, that claw hammer may be left next to your body because, woo, I'm done. I done beat you, I'm tagged. But for them to leave the butcher knife and the claw hammer, um, still bloody on a table, that's like a weird level of care and
Yeah,
concern.
you're placing these items down that you just used to murder someone.
Yeah. So are you what so when I try to unpack that in my investigator brain, it's like, is that a level of I don't care who finds out about this? Like, is that from a level of complete disregard? Maybe because
Or not just I don't care who, it's that they know
right,
and
but
nobody.
this is where I was going to go. Do you, because if we're going to run with the theory that Martin Smart and his homeboy did this, did Martin Smart and his homeboy leave those weapons at that table because they disregarded being caught, because they are close friends with
Mhm,
Sheriff Doug Thomas? And if
mhm.
I just killed these people, I don't care where I leave this nice. My homeboy is the sheriff. He got my back.
So at that point, she was still kind of the newbie, but she'd been living there for months. So she kind of, integrated into the town, integrated. I'm
Mhm.
sure people, adored her kids or
Well, integrated enough to where, she allegedly is sleeping with this woman's husband,
Yeah.
integrated enough to where her children were staying the night at other people's
True.
cabins and other people's children were staying the
True.
night at her
Well,
cabin.
because my thinking was like nobody's gonna care because this is the new woman in town. She's not from here. Nobody's gonna care what happens to this woman or her family.
Yeah. There
So
is some
we don't
kind of
have to
a,
cover our tracks.
yeah.
And there was one more thing that I did read, which was strange. So I read that Ketty, the electricity in Ketty, the light supply or whatever, was the lights were controlled by cabin 28. So in order to turn
Yeah.
off the lights in the town, you would have to turn off the lights on cabin 28.
Mm-hmm.
And before Sheila went over to the neighbors, she turned the light bulb out on the front of the cabin as though like why why would you do that? Like what is the significance of that?
So that I saw that too. And the way it was described, I couldn't figure out if she physically like untwisted like
And I think it was
the
like a
light bulb.
physical untwisting because if you would have turned the light out, if you would have manually turned the light out, then it would turn off the electricity for the town. But if you unscrew just the bulb on the porch, you would only leave the porch dark and not the
Okay.
town.
Okay.
So I thought that
So
was strange.
so that was the one thing that was strange. The other thing for that was strange about that to me is how would she know that? And what I mean by that is that my children don't live with me. So whenever they come to my home, they are sometimes just as confused in my house as they would be in yours because they
Mm,
don't live here, right?
mm,
So how would she have known that much? And she had just been there a couple of weeks. Like, did she
yeah.
know that? Know it? Oh
So it
yeah,
makes
by the
me
way,
think,
Sheila,
yeah. So it makes me think like it's like you'll know the house because it'll be the only one without the porch light.
it'll be the only one without the porch, without the porch light. And if that was not intentional and just a coincidence, like
Mm, yeah.
that's horrible luck. But
Yeah.
also, um, how often during the night would Sheila see Sue doing that? Would Sue
Yeah. Yeah.
regularly
Was it
go out?
something that she would regularly do to
Right,
save?
like because otherwise, how would Sheila had no? Because that's like a quirky thing to
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. It's like if you're overthinking it, that theory, and I'll, there's no shame. I mean, I did go down a rabbit hole as we talked on the live. I like my rabbit
Mhm.
holes. And I
That's what
went down,
investigators do.
yeah, and I went down a rabbit hole on a site called Ketty 28. And when I say the theories from this site are really like, so if you're doing your own research, visit there on this case if you want to go a little further and deeper. But I try to stay away from it because I don't want to make any accusations more than there already have been, like Sheila and this light bulb situation. But that is definitely a strange thing uh, to think about happening on the night of murders. I mean, I don't know if she did that every night. We don't
Right.
know. It could just be coincidence, but it
Can
is
we
definitely strange.
can we double back to this hammer? Because this hammer
Yeah.
low key almost took me out. Like this hammer almost took me down a whole rabbit hole. And I'm gonna tell you why. We find a hammer 35 years later, and that hammer is still significant enough for us to report it. So what I mean by that is if something happens right now in 2025 and then we find the tool that was used 35 years later, do I immediately be like, oh, snap, this is the tool that we were looking for at 35? You know what I'm
So
saying? Like, where
you're thinking planted.
I'm thinking, not only am I thinking planted, I am thinking planted because the person who allegedly found this, girl, let me tell you about this story if you don't know this part.
Yeah, yeah.
So this man was with a woman and they were attending a wedding. And the woman claims to have lost her ring. The man went and got a metal detector. Yep, that face. He went and got this metal detector and he's out looking for this this ring with this metal detector and what is now at the time they were searching a dried up pond. And it is in this dried up pond where this man is with the metal detector looking for a ring that belonged to a woman who attended a wedding. And then we find, well, maybe the pond was not empty at the time.
Maybe it was a reservoir and it just happened to drain. I don't
Maybe,
know.
maybe I don't know.
That's
But
strange.
ain't that strange?
And so what this guy finds, instead of the ring, he finds the hammer and then goes and reports it as though the first murder in the town is in the back of his head. And he's like, let me go report this hammer because this has to be the murder weapon.
And it's 35 years later.
Yeah, because if I found a hammer laying somewhere, I wouldn't
I
think
wouldn't
anything
think
of
anything.
it.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't think anything of it.
I would just probably throw it to the side and keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't even touch it. I just keep on moving.
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Yeah. Oh, a hammer.
A hammer.
And so that's the second hammer.
Yes. Yes. And
So-
that is the hammer that allegedly matches the description of the hammer that came up missing from Martin Smart's house.
I know. I want to say Martin Short all the time.
Me too. We're 80s babies.
Yeah, I know. Can you tell? So at that point, when he found the hammer, then Marty was already dead.
I guess so, because he found the hammer in 2016. So was Marty dead?
So because they had him in, I mean, they questioned them, but now it's like he's dead. So there's nothing that can be done finding this evidence to try and close it out. So who's to say the man who picked up the hammer didn't do it?
Well, I think of course the evidence
I'm going just crazy.
was not going to close this out because it was reported to the detective from the Sacramento Department of Justice, because that's who they called in to work this case, to take it out of the jurisdiction or whatever for the Plumas County Sheriff. But those Department of Justice people were not homicide detectives. They were organized crime agents. So, not to say that they don't know how to conduct a homicide investigation, but that.
Yeah. So to recap about botched evidence, now we're talking about a hammer found 35 years later in a dry pond. So there was contaminated crime scene evidence. There was no neighborhood sweep done. There was no forensic preservation whatsoever. There was interviews were delayed, and in delaying interviews, you give people enough time to get their story straight. And tips were ignored. So people giving tips of saying, "Hey, I saw a green van the night of the murders. Hey, I saw a strange man." These things were ignored or weren't followed up on. And I don't know whether that's from a small town and not having the experience, but I mean, you have the common sense. I mean, there's common sense. Literally our country is steeped in crime. I mean, you watching old episodes of FBI and all this, and you're the police chief of a small town. I mean, I'm pretty sure you know what to do first. I mean, everybody pretty much knows what to do in the first 48 hours. In the first 24 hours, question everyone.
I was about to say, you just talk everywhere.
To people. Comb the neighborhood. And as far as like stepping in and contaminating crime scenes, I get that. Like, you don't know what the hell to do when you walk into something like that.
But I think even back then, what you're saying is contaminating a crime scene. It may not have had the same importance that it may have today. And the reason why I say that is because contaminating a crime scene in 1981 means what?
It
Because
means
half
walking in the
half the
front door with your hand and turning the door. It means stomping and
because
walking all over.
because half of the technology and science that would have been used to comb through that didn't even exist in
True,
1981. So
true.
what
But again, you don't want to walk into a crime scene stepping on blood spatter or touching anything. Touch nothing. Even I know, grab a pen and pick up the
Yep.
gun with a pen. Like, don't touch anything. And I can't imagine what they did walking in there, collecting
Well,
evidence.
and
And
not just them walking in there, but the Seabolts, whomever from the Seabolt cabin had to go in and get the kids out. Even if they took the kids through the back, that is still a crime scene.
what
Did
did
This
they
anybody
do?
question the kids?
Well, yeah,
so they
because
did.
Justin, he was
And
12, right?
and yeah, they talked to the kids, and Justin is the one who gave them the varying descriptions. So at one time they interviewed the kids and Justin said he saw this. And then another time they interviewed the kids, Justin gave a different account of what he saw. And that's the part where I say they needed to call in that forensic psychologist, because at that point we need someone who is specifically trained to withdraw that kind of memory and recollection out of someone through their trauma, through their sleep, taking into account that they are 10 years old or 12 years old, or however old he would have been. To just have a regular homicide detective to interview those kids, they got what they got because
Yeah.
of that.
But also, like when he's saying if a kid, if they're claiming the kid slept through the night and saw nothing,
Mm-hmm.
how do you have Justin who is telling you what he saw? And
Mm-hmm.
if he saw something, did he see men hanging out there before he went into the room and nothing and everything was fine? And they knew these people who were in there and that's what he saw? Or did
Or
he
how
see the murders happening and ran back to the room? Like the questioning of the children, the ball was dropped there.
Or how about, did you see your daddy?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, we don't know what's in those case files of
Yeah.
what
Mm-hmm.
was said
Mm-hmm.
or
Yeah.
what questions were asked to them.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did you see your daddy doing this? And is that also why Justin gave varying descriptions? Because did he see his daddy? And oh snap, I did see my
yeah.
daddy. So let me hurry up and change
Oh
this
wait,
to
I
make
don't
sure.
remember what I saw. It was
Right.
blurry. Now I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that would make sense if he did see them before, just hanging out. But then they have the alibi of being at the bar. But then is everyone at the bar telling the truth? I mean, we don't have, surveillance cameras to prove when they walked in the bar,
Right.
when they walked out of the bar. They might have never even been at the bar.
Mm.
They could have been at the house the whole time.
And the truth of the matter is, who, even if all of these things were reported, so if the Seabolts would have said, hey, um, we saw John Smith in that green van, or if someone would have been able to identify this strange person in these glasses, or if someone was able to provide the name of this person who just so happened to find his hammer 35 years later. If someone would have provided all of that information, if the county sheriff is crooked and steeped in the middle of these people, what he gonna do? He gonna give a full
That's true.
investigation?
That's true. But then also to go back to like, were they at the bar or weren't they at the bar? Talking about who Bo was, Marty's friend.
Mm-hmm.
He was an ex-mob enforcer. He lived
Correct.
in Martin's basement. He had a
Yeah.
criminal record and he had ties to the FBI. So if they
Mm-hmm.
wanted to cover up anything, no problem. They were at the bar.
No problem. We're at the bar. Better yet, no problem. We just gonna go ahead and sit these knives on the table because
Yeah,
we ain't worried about that. We ain't worried about nobody
no
figuring out what.
problem. We'll leave you something to investigate. That'll
Mm-hmm.
lead to nowhere. We got to leave
Mm-hmm.
something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's crazy. And like, what exactly is an ex-mob enforcer? Like, you're it, you get out and they ain't not pulling you back in
And they not pulling you back in. Well, we know just
in a
from
small
neighborhood
town.
gangs,
Yeah,
just from neighborhood
where
gangs, they think we can't let you go.
do you think you going? An ex-mob enforcer. Like
An
I don't
ex-mob
feel like
enforcer
that
from
exists
Chicago. So
in a small town. Yeah.
Somebody from Chicago finna move to Caddy, California, and live in a cabin. No,
Yeah.
live in someone's basement in a cabin.
Yeah.
And you from Chi-Town?
Nah.
That's not happening.
Mm-mm.
Well,
What you about to say, Craig?
I'm thinking forward a little bit now because I'm starting now to think about three different things. Um,
Okay.
the letter that Marty wrote to his wife, where he
Yeah, that's going back
essentially
to him telling
admitted
his therapist.
admitted that he did it. The phone call that came in about Tina and her skull, I feel like it came from a payphone or something. And then I'm also now going back to Dez's theory of this family who wanted the the grandkid that Sheila had. Like, what happened to them and
What happened to them?
all of this?
And
Well, I don't.
do y'all know that that call to report Tina came in almost 3 years to the day that the
And do we
Ketty
know
murders
who the
happened?
call came in from, or it was anonymous?
It was allegedly anonymous.
Because I feel like
Yeah,
that's a whole nother element to
Mm-hmm.
this. Is where did
Mm-hmm.
Tina go? Where's she been for 3 years? The skull was found 100 miles away from Ketty somewhere.
Yeah.
so
And
Tina was how old when the murders happened?
Who, Tina?
12,
Yeah,
She was
and
12.
so at the time they found her skull, she would have been how old?
Like
15,
15.
going on 15.
But she could have been dead the whole time, you know? She could have been dead for
Maybe-
three
So,
years.
so Craig, you're thinking like she
I
was.
see your wheels turning, Tanisha.
So you're thinking that the people possibly who no, that's not.
I'm not
What are you
really,
about to say?
I'm not thinking anything really. I'm just making sure we don't leave her out of the story because,
Tina? Oh
yeah,
no. Well,
yeah.
yeah, no, we're just going down that rabbit hole of that whole who was involved and how criminal it was. Because like
But
I like the sheriff, like talking about the sheriff and being,
hmm.
Mm-hmm.
tied to not only Martin but Bo as well. He was close friends to Marty. So again, he was at the bar. You know, he he like had conflicts of interest with everybody involved. He lived
Right.
in cabin 28. He knew the layout. And like you
Mm-hmm.
said, if you lived in cabin 16, you know the layout of cabin 28.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And whoever it was knew that they can walk into cabin 28. They
Right.
knew they weren't going to have any kind of locked door problem or have to break into a window.
Yeah, and
There's like just corruption all over.
yeah, I like Craig's thinking of not allowing Tina to get lost in the fray of all of this. Um, Back to that word of motive, I think Tina could be herself a motive for some of this, just from the fact that Tina, there are reports that she was molested in the town, um, and no one followed up on that. Just
You know,
there's just a history of Sue and her kids just being screwed over during the time that they were in Caddy.
yeah. So then you're talking about Sue, who has a teen daughter who's pregnant, a
Mm-hmm.
young daughter who's molested, a young
Mm-hmm.
son who's hanging out with the wrong crowd,
Mm-hmm.
um, and it could have, I mean, the angles could be anywhere. And when I think about it, it's just like you always say, what's the one odd piece in everything? Like what's the odd placement in these murders? And it's that a young child was taken. So then you start going into, you know,
Mm-hmm.
human
Mm-hmm.
trafficking of children. Like,
Mm-hmm.
was she taken for a
Yeah.
reason?
Yeah. Like,
What's
did
wrong with her?
what did the
You
person
spared the
who,
boys, but you didn't spare the child, the little baby girl.
yeah.
The
So,
boys were spared.
is it, um, whomever harmed, sexually assaulted Tina? Was their fixation on Tina continued to the point of, let me get Tina, and to get Tina, I am willing to murder everyone around her to get to her, and she's coming with me? Is it that? Is it, again, what Craig said with the Meeks? You took my baby from me. I'm finna kill you and your whole family except for your baby.
That's
And
what I
your
was
baby
thinking.
is coming with me. So Tina can't be lost in this.
No. And I mean, it's so hard to even think. Like, they suffered a horrible death. The mom,
Mm-hmm.
Dana,
Mm-hmm.
John, they suffered a horrible death. But we
Mm-hmm.
don't know what Tina suffered.
No,
We'll never
no,
know what that child suffered.
was she kept alive for those 3 years, or was she killed the next day too?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I think that's all part of the terror.
Yeah. And I mean, and then we talk about the survivors. So you have Sheila, the oldest. Like, she's
Mm-hmm.
got to be, you know, she's got to
Probably
be,
our age.
yeah, yeah, she's our age. And just how do you reconcile life after seeing something like that? Knowing your baby sister, you sent your baby sister home and she was murdered,
Mm-hmm.
left and dumped like she was nothing.
Mm-hmm. And the truth of that is, whether you did that intentionally or just out of a mistake, that guilt will be the same.
Yeah, yeah. Just the what if. I mean, I
What
can't
if?
imagine the
Yep.
what ifs.
Yep.
And even the young boys who were in the other room, and though they were just young, I mean, at 12 and, even 7, I look back at things and go, what if I would have done this? What if I would have done,
Right.
let alone, my big brother, my mom, you know, done the way they were done. And it's just so sad to me that, people are quick to, oh, I found this hammer. Oh, we found the skull of Tina. But yet there's still no further push in investigation. And Sheila to this day is still trying to investigate and have, answers for her family. And
I don't
get nothing. You get
know.
two random tips from left field, but you have no investigation into those things that lead to just dead ends.
Yeah.
And Sheila
Yeah.
Sheila did do an interview, I think, with People in 2016,
Mm-hmm.
talking about her experiences. You can also find a lot of videos on YouTube of with her and her brother revisiting Ketty, actually, and it's very hard to watch, them revisiting and recalling memories from that time. And it's just, I really hope that she can find the answers to what happened to her family. She deserves that.
She absolutely deserves that. And I think um we all do.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um just because I think that the Ketty murders are so gripping because we all feel that human dynamic of this. And granted that for a lot of people who are listening to us, a lot of people who have researched this case on their own, these are people who, like, they may not have even been alive yet when these murders had taken place. But it's something about this case that just pulls at all of your human being fibers.
Yeah, and I think too for me the draw was that this was our time. These are the
Hmm.
kids. This is when we grew up.
Right,
And in the 80s, things were like that. It was, you were free to ride your bikes until the street
correct.
lights came on, then get home. You were over your friend's house for dinner, your friends were over your house for dinner. And it
Hmm.
was that it was a little bit of a more of a carefree. You didn't really worry too much about your neighbors. You could
Right,
leave your doors unlocked in some places.
right.
And to just think like you put yourself in that, like, I think of the friends that I grew up with and I'm like, I just can't even imagine.
Right. And that's what makes me offer so much grace and
Yeah.
consideration to Sue, because that was all of us, whether our parents were somewhere, CEOs of General Motors or, I don't know, cashiers at White Castle.
Mhm.
Our story was the same as children, that we were out and about,
Mhm.
not just so much left alone as we were just out and about. Like you watch, I don't know, you watch it, right? You watch
Yeah.
Dairy, you watch
Yeah.
any of these times, right?
Stranger
Any
Things.
yeah,
Yeah.
any Spike Lee movie where he,
That was the 80s.
yeah, that is what that element was when it comes to children. So that's again, I don't want to, you know, dog Sue out about that, because that of this whole case, that right there is the one thing that was closest to the normal
Yeah.
than anything else.
And also, you in saying that you don't want to dog Sue out for the way she raised her kids. And I mean, I give her credit for breaking away from an abusive man and
Mm-hmm.
wanting better for her children, whether she let them run about or not. And kids are going to, I mean, you could try and raise your kids as great as you want, but there's all kinds of influences out there. And
Right.
just like you don't, want to dog out Sue, I don't want to, you know, put this like Sheila did it. She's the only one who survived and the boys were too young. Like, this is just, your brain tries to think of anything to grab onto to explain away what happened to these people.
Because guess what else Sheila has to deal with? It's not just the guilt of, dang, did I send my sister over there inadvertently to be killed? Or, dang, I don't know who killed my family. She also has the burden of being the sole survivor, and everybody like, "Oh, you did it."
Yeah. And not only that, she also has to live with the fear of
Right.
being no one's caught, someone's still out there. What did
Mm-hmm.
they want? Did they want my mom? Was it me? Was it my
Right.
who was it? Like, you still live with that fear and that, like, you know, that just you cannot trust anyone in your life.
It, it's also her two younger brothers. They were ones that I could never find any information on during this
Yeah,
whole research
yeah.
process.
And I
But they're
mean
they're
that's
still alive and they're still out there.
yeah. But I mean, at that point I'm like, they have to be protected. Um, what the psychological trauma that they've probably grown up with, had to deal with, and whether they got, professional help or not, that's
Mm-hmm.
another thing too. Like, were they just left on their own to figure out how to
Mm-hmm.
navigate life with a tragedy like that? Did they grow up with anger? Did they grow up with hatred? Did, they grow up to be kind young men? Did they grow up to be family men? I mean, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I no matter who actually committed these atrocities to this family, right? Um, I blame law enforcement. That is where I hang my hat for the blame of this, not for these people's murders, but for this to be so unresolved. Like, I blame them for every ounce of pain that Sheila had to go through, that she still goes through, that her brothers and other family members are going through. I blame them for that because it just feels like there was not just a botched investigation. I feel like there was literally no investigation. And
Yeah,
that's worse
yeah,
because at least with a botched investigation, there is some effort, whether that you did that botchness on purpose or you did that botchness by, natural ineptness. At least there was effort. I don't feel that there was effort here.
yeah,
And they deserve more than that.
This is something we could talk about for another 2 or 3 podcasts.
yeah.
Whole
And it
season.
was, yeah, and it was strange. What feels strange to me going through this conversation um, tonight is that I don't know why, but for some reason in the back of my head, I kept thinking about this being a murder that was solved and it's done and it's over. And it was sort of like a realization hit me that like we could talk about this forever because nothing was ever solved.
Right.
No,
Nothing ever, there was no conclusion. And there
yeah.
Yes.
I
probably
mean,
never will be.
well, there was a re-emergence of the case in 2016, and the Plumas County Police Department or Sheriff's Department announced that they know who the killers are, and because there was new evidence found, there was DNA on tape and some other items, and the hammer found in the river matching the description of Marty, and and Marilyn Smart finally spoke out publicly, and we can definitely link you to that. It's living on YouTube.
Crime, cover-ups, and
Connections.
corruption. Yeah. Crimes, cover up, and corruption.
Yeah, and I mean that saying that you know who the killers are and those killers are no longer. It doesn't close anything. It doesn't.
No, no,
And again,
because
going back to the fact they were at the bar. Marty and Bo
mm-hmm,
are scapegoats post mortem.
mm-hmm.
No, yeah, now they're dead.
Yeah, they were. So we call that they liked them for this.
Yeah,
So, right? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but we like you for this. And I feel that was Marty and Bo. They liked them for this.
and I gotta say that I think that the reemergence of this case reopening in 2016 has to do with the fact that people will not let this go. People will
Mm-mm,
not let this family go without answers. And I think that the more people who are covering this in podcasts like ours and
mm-hmm,
covering this and bringing it to small towns, small town newspapers, or even like visiting Ketty to visit where they tore down the
mm-hmm,
town, um, people will not let this go because it's so unsettling. And like you said, this was the 80s. This was majority of us. And I think that's why you had that in 2016, and the fact that Sheila won't let their memory go without some sort
mm-hmm.
of justice.
Right.
I mean, and even at this point, I think there's a difference between justice and truth because you can get justice in the wrong man, but I don't think we'll ever know the truth.
No, no. And they're still playing around. So, oh, we have some DNA that matched a living suspect. Well, who is that?
Mhm.
Or, oh yeah, the new detectives from the Sacramento Department of Justice. Oh, and I think I saw this in an article from like 5 years ago. Oh, we're close to closing the case, or we're close to arrest. That was 5 years ago.
Mhm. What's
Still
happening?
nothing. Yeah, still nothing.
So, Craig, I think you said there were some questions that were there questions that we could just circle back.
I think that we kind of hit them all through tonight. I also through this conversation, I'm like, well, where do we wrap up with this? it's like there is no correct place to wrap up this
No.
story tonight.
There's not.
I'll
I
look
mean,
at
I think technically we can wrap up in our own take and theory. I don't want to accuse anyone, but I honestly cannot think of one thing that says to me, this one did it or that one did it, because there's so many different ways to go, and you don't want to accuse someone who had nothing to do with it. And
Had nothing to do with that. And prisons are full of that. I know.
yeah,
I get the phone calls, right? But again, that's what I mean by the brunt of the blame, at least for me, lies with law enforcement. Because again, if there were 10 running theories at the time, if y'all would have done even a piece of investigation, maybe now we're only down to 6 theories.
yeah, yeah.
They do a little bit more, maybe we're down to 4. Like you chip away at it, right? And there was no chipping. No one had a wood chipper in Ketty regarding Sue Sharp and her family.
Yeah.
I
So
think if we wanted to take a question that we got from one of the viewers at home this past week when we released the overview of this case, and of course everyone listening or watching this should check that episode out. We also have a case file that gives a little bit more of an outline of who was involved and how things sort of went down as well. But Kirsten chimed in, and we're encouraging everyone at home to be involved. So please send in your questions for any future cases that we're gonna be covering. Um, Kirsten said, when the case was reopened and DNA was found to belong to a living suspect, why did the case stall? And I think we kind of just covered that question.
Mhm. Yeah, again, always, because that is their role. That the police, this is their role to investigate and get to the bottom of this. Why did it stall? Well, we kind of just like Craig said, we kind of went through some of those theories. Um,
yeah,
of
I
what
mean,
it might
short of doing what Desiree does in the real world is hopping a plane to Ketty and knocking on some doors.
knocking on
Um,
doors,
Otherwise, a phone call is not going to do it in these
right?
days.
Because it doesn't matter how much DNA you have, how many fingerprints you have, how much surveillance footage you have. If people aren't giving you stories, then you almost have nothing. Like I don't walk around with a DNA testing kit in my pocketbook, right? You know, just talk to me and tell me what I need to know, and then I could branch off from there. Just it is only 100 people.
Yeah, but again, it was 1981, and we're now in 2025, and the likeliness that you will get a recollection that is accurate to what actually happened, if there are any people
Mm-hmm.
who are surviving and willing to talk. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But at the end of this, our first case, the Ketty Cabin murders, it all comes down to botched police investigation.
Botch police.
And
Yeah.
that's who we would have to put it on, because it's still open to this day, even
Mm-hmm.
though they claim they know who the killers are.
Mm-hmm.
It's still an open case, and we
Yeah.
don't have answers. And maybe you all out there can keep researching and going down the rabbit hole to, you know, find some other leads or other theories. And of course, keep up with us on 15minutesofmurder.com, where if there's any new breaks in the case, we will update as well. Um, but until then, like Desiree said, this falls on the police, Plymouth County Police.
Yeah.
Great. So tune in. On Wednesdays, we go live for a little while. If you want to check in with us on Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be on our YouTube channel live So you can chat with us in the reel. And then next Sunday, we'll be starting with a new case. So you won't get this podcast version. You'll get the produced episode that gives an overview of the case that we're focusing on next. And then, of course, keep following that channel, that timeline.
And get involved. We want to hear
yeah.
from you. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to
Yes.
hear what your theories are. We want to hear from you, even if you want to speak out and include something that we might have missed in the episode.
And I love me some Tanisha and Craig, but I would love to talk to some different folks. You know, I keep it spicy.
Yes. And going forward, we're trying to work and build on some exciting things to bring to you. I won't reveal what they are, but we're working on some extra features for our podcast.
All right. Well, that's it for this time, I guess. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And
Thank
we will see you
Bye.
on Wednesday.
Bye, everybody.
The Colonial Parkway in Virginia was built for quiet drives, late-night peace, and scenic romance. Between Jamestown, Yorktown, and Williamsburg, it's the kind of place that feels like America telling you to slow down and breathe. But in the late 1980s, this peaceful stretch of road became the hunting grounds for one of the most disturbing killing patterns this country has ever seen. 4 couples, 4 gruesome crime scenes, and not a single arrest. And what's worse, none of it ever made sense the way a textbook serial case should. This is 15 Minutes of Murder. It begins in 1986 with 27-year-old Kathy Thomas, a U.S. Naval Academy graduate. She was smart, driven, and extremely respected. Her girlfriend, Rebecca Dowski, a 21-year-old college student at William and Mary. Rebecca was kind, academic, the type of girl obsessed with making her future matter. Kathy and Rebecca were in love. They drove the parkway that night, simply to be together and to talk privately, away from the world judging them. They were last seen by witnesses on October 9th leaving a computer lab on the William and Mary campus. What was supposed to be a serene night wound up being the most brutal scene in the string of murders on the Colonial Parkway. On October 12th, their bodies were found inside Kathy's Honda Civic near the riverbank. They were bound with rope and medical tape. Their throats were violently cut so deep, they were nearly decapitated. There were also signs of strangulation. Kathy was stuffed in the hatchback while Rebecca was found in the back seat of the car. She had a clump of hair between her fingers, which suggested she tried to fight for her life. The killer covered their bodies and the car with fuel, but didn't commit to setting it on fire. The car itself was pushed slightly over the embankment. Like the killer wanted to hide them, but not too well. This didn't feel random. This was more like a rage that knew exactly what it wanted. An extremely violent overkill compared to the later victims found. David Knobling was just 20 years old. He was a young father and a salesman. Responsible. Said to be a young man trying to do the right thing. 14-year-old Robin Edwards was an 8th grade student, a kid. Rebellious, yes, but a kid. She had snuck out later that night, after already going on a date with David's younger cousin earlier that evening. But at some point, David and Robin made plans to meet up again later, just the two of them. Despite Robin being underage, it was presumed the two had a romantic, sexual relationship. One of the last calls Robin made was to her mother, letting her know she had made it home safely after her date. Her decision to sneak out and meet up with David proved to be a fatal decision for the both of them. David's car was found on September 21st. Eerily, the doors were open, the driver's side window was partially down, the radio playing, headlights were left on, and the engine and the wipers still running in the rain. On September 23rd, their bodies were found along the James River shoreline on the opposite side of the river, partially clothed. David had a single shot to the back of the head, execution style. Robin was shot twice, once in the head and once in the shoulder. Robin's jeans were unbuttoned, and her bra was around her neck. State police later released she was sexually assaulted. The scene looked like someone forced them out of the car, marched them into darkness, and savagely executed them. Richard Keith Call was 20, from Newport News, Virginia. He was close with his family, worked locally, and was known as responsible and protective. On April 9, 1988, Keith picked up Cassandra Sandy Haley, an 18-year-old college freshman he had recently begun casually dating. Sandy was well-liked, social, and excited about young adulthood finally beginning. That night, they went to a friend's party. The plan was simple: leave the party, drop Sandy home, then Keith would return home himself. They never made it. Keith's car, a Toyota Celica, was later found abandoned along the Colonial Parkway. It was left neatly parked, keys missing, wallet left behind, with no signs of forced entry or violent struggle. Their clothing and belongings left inside suggested nothing chaotic happened inside the vehicle. Police later confirmed the clothes left behind were in fact the clothing Keith and Sandy were wearing at the party. It was suggested they may have gone skinny dipping and possibly drowned, but it was early April, and the water temperature was 40 degrees, making that suggestion highly unlikely. But the fact remains, to this day, Keith and Sandy have not been found. This disappearance became one of the sharpest and most frustrating voids in this entire series of murders, because you have victims, but no bodies, no cause of death, and no physical closure for their families. Daniel Lauer was 21, from Virginia, a dependable young man known for his easygoing nature and strong work ethic. In the summer of 1989, he had been spending Labor Day weekend having fun in Virginia Beach while staying with his younger brother Clint and Clint's live-in girlfriend, Anna. Anna Maria Phelps was 18. She came from a hard-working family from Amelia County, Virginia. Life with Clint was a financial struggle, but despite that, was independent freedom. Over that weekend, Daniel decided to move in with the two, to help financially. The plan was for Daniel to go return home to gather his belongings. Anna saw the opportunity to tag along and spend some time visiting her family back home. On September 5, 1989, Daniel and Anna Maria set off back to Virginia Beach from their brief visit. They were traveling together in Daniel's 1972 Chevy Nova heading eastbound on Interstate 64 toward home. The next day, Daniel's car was found abandoned at a rest stop in New Kent County, Virginia, but in a baffling location. It was parked in the westbound rest area, which was the opposite direction they should have been traveling to reach Virginia Beach. The keys remained in the ignition. Anna Maria's purse and other personal items were left inside, and there were no obvious signs of robbery, making a random theft motive unlikely. For nearly 6 weeks, authorities and family searched with little to go on. Then, in October 1989, 2 turkey hunters found the skeletal remains of both Daniel and Anna Maria in a wooded area about a mile from the rest stop down an old logging road. Their bodies were covered with an electric blanket that had been in Daniel's car, a detail that suggested someone had placed them there after death. Because the remains were so badly decomposed, law enforcement could not determine a precise cause of death, though some evidence suggested defensive wounds consistent with resistance. A small clue also suggesting either a struggle or a clue left behind, was a locket found worn by Anna Maria. A chilling discovery with no understanding why, or how it was left there. There was no definitive weapon or trajectory that could be confirmed. The location, the staging of the vehicle, and proximity to the highway all indicated this was not accidental. Investigators treated Daniel and Anna Maria as homicide victims linked to the broader Colonial Parkway pattern. 4 couples, 8 victims, bound, shot, vanished, deceased. Each case, different details, same signature. No suspect has ever been charged. Some believe it was a rogue law enforcement officer. Others, a series of copycat killings with overlapping geography. There are theories of a lone serial predator who learned and adapted with each pair. And still others think it may be 2 separate killers whose timelines collided. Nearly 40 years later, the road is still quiet, but the silence is so loud. Because whoever hunted on the Colonial Parkway knew exactly how to make people disappear. And maybe, the most frightening disappearance to this day, is the killer's own. Join us next Sunday evening when the 15 Minutes of Murder crew breaks down the details of these haunting and gruesome murders. We'll see you then.
Welcome again, everybody, to another Sunday with 15 Minutes of Murder, where we're giving you a full podcast on the last case, the Colonial Parkway murders. So we're going to run down, we're going to give you a quick overview again of what that case was about, and then we're just going to get into it. We're going to start talking about it. We're going to talk about the victims. We're going to talk about the crime scenes. We're going to talk about the investigators, our theories, all of that good stuff. So join us and sit back, listen, and enjoy 15 Minutes of Murder, Colonial Parkway murders. All right, so let's break it down. The Colonial Parkway murders. It was 4 couples traveling along the Colonial Parkway.
It is a 22-mile stretch of road. It's a federal park, is that correct?
Yeah.
That is in the historic triangle, I think is what they call it, in Virginia. I forgot the 3 points. What are the
It's,
3 cities?
It's Williamsburg,
James.
Jamestown, and Yorktown. I don't
Jamestown,
have that in the correct
Yorktown.
order, though.
Mhm.
Okay.
And it's part of the National Park Service also.
Right. Right.
Yeah, let me just tell you, this Colonial Parkway is stunning. Like,
Mm,
when you say, when in the beginning of the episode, when it's talking about scenic views, it's
mhm,
beautiful. It is peaceful. Just, you go over bridges, beautiful gaps of water, and just beautiful tree-lined road. Like, and I can't imagine at night. It's dimly lit. First of all, it's not very brightly lit. I read that it's also, or at that time, it was not highly patrolled by officers or any kind of police regulation or, looking
mhm.
out. So it was a little bit of a free for all for, this kind of thing to happen.
Yeah, that was the purpose of it. It is a scenic route. So that was the purpose of it. And that's why there are so many bridges, because it's just a road. So there are very few intersections. It's just a stretch of scenic road that is part of our National Park Service.
Yeah, a lot of historic,
Mhm.
pit stops that you can make along the way. And, so it's just unfortunate that, these murders happen. And it's not just these four murders. There were other murders that have taken place in and around there, but it was just
Right.
these four specific ones that became
Mhm.
a little bit known as the Colonial Parkway murder.
Hmm. Hmm. And I
Um,
think and I think we definitely can't get lost on this scene because it's very much part of the story, right? And so some of this area, what I was reading about it is many people even consider it as an open air museum. Like that's how historic and pristine and gorgeous this area is to that triangle of of towns.
and I mean, people, and it just goes to show, like, you don't, that's why
Mm,
people took to it. Like, these four couples felt safe enough to be like, we're just gonna go, we're gonna travel, we're gonna go about our business.
Yeah, I would imagine as a couple, you would go there maybe at night, to have some privacy or to see some beautiful scenery, something a little bit romantic, whatever the case may be. I imagine that's what attracted all these four couples to go out there,
Yeah.
at night.
yeah, and for sky nerds like me, just a place maybe to look at the sky and the stars. And
Hmm.
we used to take our kids out for those kind of outings in very similar places all the time. It's many just innocent reasons why someone would want to be there. And that's probably to me one of the really frightening things about this story is because this is an area that any of us could have been. And it keeps being labeled as a lover's lane
Yeah.
type deal. But just what we're talking about, like this is just like essentially a park where people and families would just go for whatever reason.
We had the first case, which is the couple of Kathy Thomas and Rebecca Dowski. And this was the first of the chain of murders, and this happened in 1986. And they were young. They were a couple. And I think they were a new couple, right? Like, they hadn't been dating long, and they were probably just gonna go out, on the parkway and find a little pit stop, have privacy. It's beautiful, it's romantic. You're away from judging eyes. Because I can, only imagine in the 80s. We were just as, no better then than we are now. We're getting there with, same-sex relationships, and people were judgmental. And
Right.
but these were people who were not going out looking for trouble. They were
Right.
going out looking for a peaceful night, peaceful way, going from A to B, and these things happen. So they were last seen leaving the computer lab at the college that Rebecca Dowski went to.
Hmm.
And I thought I read that someone saw them after that, maybe at a
Mm.
bar. I'm not
At a
sure.
where?
At a bar.
Oh, well, it's possible. Yeah.
Hmm.
Possible, but I
That
thought I
seems
read
like
that.
a natural place to go.
But
Like
yeah,
you,
I mean, you stop off, you have a, you have a drink, or you go have coffee, whatever. I don't know what kind of bar it was. Um, but that was the last time that they were seen, was pretty much leaving that computer lab. And the car was found. Kathy was driving a Honda Civic, and it was found near the York River. Both of the women were bound with rope and medical tape. Their throats were cut. And there was evidence that strangulation was involved. The vehicle was hidden. The murderer pushed the vehicle like close to the embankment. So it was like said that it was pushed just enough to be hidden, but visually enough to be like, oh, what's that? Something's going on over there. So it's not like he was hiding the car so that they'd never be found. So the way he placed this vehicle was intentional. And it was extreme. I mean, as you see in the episode, you know, what was done to them was extreme. And again, like you said, Des, choice of weapon is always a big deal and an indicator of whether it's personal or haphazard or defensive. This was definitely personal. We don't know exactly when it happened, but whatever happened was brutal, and the killer left their bodies in the car, stuffed in the car, and left there like they were like they were nothing. No one's loved one, sister.
In my background, what I actually am is I am a trained social worker. That was my trajectory before I even got into being a private investigator. And so with that, I approached all of these things from that socio-economic perspective. And Kathy and Rebecca struck me immediately, because one of the things that I first thought of was why, you know, for me, whenever I hear about unalive people who identify as LGBTQI plus all of that stuff, like, why are we in a society where whenever any of these people who identify with these groups are found unalive, like immediately we think of like the most heinous things? Because when I thought of this, I thought, oh, hate crime immediately, right? And we're not, like, these people are targeted so viciously that anytime they're found unalive, it goes into that, oh my God, someone sought them out and sought them out specifically for that reason. Yeah, so that was the first thing. It felt, I immediately thought of like, okay, is this someone who is wanting to attack sin, was what I thought immediately with Kathy and Rebecca.
It's strange. I believe this was the only case where they were still in the car. They were found in the car. Other murders, they were outside of the vehicles and a ways off. But
or not found at all.
Yeah, or not.
Yeah. But I think from what I saw, theirs was the most vicious. Attack.
Yeah.
Like one of them was nearly decapitated or something like that. Yeah.
And it's like, and you know, investigators have been debating like whether it was a targeted attack, whether it was a sexually motivated crime, or hate motivated, like, you know, like you're
right.
And, you know, and just to be official, the law enforcement, the officials, they never ruled this as a hate crime. Now the thing is that had they labeled it as a hate crime, it may have attached to some other murders. But because it's not labeled a hate crime, it's more like a one-off. It's coupled with these other murders because it happens to be on the same roadway. Like Des is like is your expertise. Like, do you think that mislabeling a crime can like offset who the murderers are or group it?
Because it what it does is it now puts you in a position to where now you're chasing false leads. Now you're looking up this road when when you really should be up this road. Now you're looking for this type of person, because what law enforcement does in their investigations, they create a suspect profile. So kind of like what I was just saying about this possibly being a hate crime, right? So why aren't we looking for someone who is anti-gay or maybe even racist? Because what we know is hate is hate. So if you hate these people, you're going to hate these people too, right? So when you don't include all of these things, then yeah, because it's even like if you go to the grocery store, right? If you're trying to shop for spaghetti and you're over here buying pork steak and all that kind of stuff. Now, once you get home, that spaghetti is not going to be a properly cooked spaghetti. So it's that kind of thing.
Because that's the one thing that makes me think of, that's what I think of. I'm like, well, did this murder go unsolved because you didn't label it as such, and you could have, taken other leads versus, oh, this, especially since this was the very first murder in this chain, and the next one didn't happen until a year later, or under a year later. So all this time, what were you considering this at?
And it's still suspicious how Kathy and Rebecca was even tied to the final suspect, because I don't believe that his DNA was found on them. So, like how you said, there is rope and tape. How do you rope and tape and gag and bound someone and there is no DNA, there is no evidence, right? But for somehow, um, they still decided to go ahead and attach Kathy and Rebecca to this gentleman. His name is Alan Wilmer Sr. That's his name.
There you go. There you go.
Alan Will, yep. I kept wanting to call him Adam, but I didn't want to put the wrong name out there. I had to go to them notes to make sure. But yeah, those ladies, his DNA wasn't even connected to them.
Yeah. And it's just
So,
like, you start wondering, like, well, was this, a hitchhiker? Was this someone they picked up? Because at the same time, you're like, these are two women, one in the Naval Academy, so she's no punk.
correct.
She can hold her own, I'm sure.
Right. And one who was in the Naval Academy, and back to what we're saying about the hate crime, she left the academy because of her identity. She figured that she would not be safe there, right? So that is what this time period was. So I was just very disappointed that was not labeled as a hate crime.
Yeah, same, because I just feel like, for me, this one feels different than the others because of the brutality that was done to them, and the carelessness in which they were left.
Right.
And as thick as it is, you do have people who stage people and think they're staging them with care because they killed them for whatever personal reason, and they want to, take care of them and place their bodies where these women were just discarded.
Yeah, and doused in diesel fuel. It was just some other stuff going on.
You don't pour diesel fuel on a car to not set it on fire. So what was the intention there? Like, was this person interrupted while they were doing so?
I think I read that diesel fuel doesn't ignite in the same way as regular gasoline does. So maybe the intention was to catch the car on fire, but they just couldn't get it to start.
Or maybe it was poured on them to try to compromise any DNA or other evidence that may have been left.
Yeah, but there's just so much there that is.
So my continued suspicions behind Rebecca and Kathy is that her brother, Bill Thomas, says that they were told by investigators that they suspected that a police officer was involved in Kathy and Rebecca's murders. And so kind of like what we talked about in on this week's live is like you got to have a whole lot of evidence and suspicion and circumstances for investigating law enforcement agents to believe that another enforcement person committed stuff like this.
And
And
for
then
investigators to be the ones to say that, not even like word on the street is.
nope. And then for them to say that to the victims' families, like that, they don't take that lightly. You know what I'm saying? Like we see in the news all the time when police are beating people on the side of the road, and oh, we're not going to say anything. That what do they call it? The blue wall of silence. So for them to tell her family, we think we have something, and it's a police officer. That stuck out.
Yeah.
That wasn't something that I was able to easily overlook.
And now, is that like, would you like fault that to like just inexperience or just nervousness, or like literally who in their right mind, part of a force, says it might be one of us without any evidence, without without anything to back it up and say, okay, well, we have this suspect that's one of our own, and we're going to go forth and we're going to question these people. Like, I don't understand who does that. Like a rookie?
Well, for me, it compromises a lot of the investigation. I won't say all of the investigation, because immediately I then begin to think, well, if you all are suspecting that your suspect is one of your own, then how do I, as a criminal defense investigator, take much stock in the rest of the suspects that you have lined up? Because now I am immediately thinking, are you trying to cover up what your officer or a officer would have done? Because if it's a scandal as is, imagine, and back in the 80s, police officer serial killers, we can't have that. And police officer serial killers on federal land, we can't have that. So we have to figure out who else we like. Remember, that's what they say. Who did you like for this? So we have to figure out who else we like for this. And then comes the string of suspects that we have.
So
we got to divert that attention. It got to go somewhere else. It can't stay here. And which one of you idiots told this family that? Because now we got to fix this.
Yeah.
Well, I think it comes up in some of the later cases too that they suspect either somebody impersonating law enforcement or a law enforcement person because wallets were left out. Glove compartments were left open, windows were rolled down part way. Everything you would do when you get pulled over by a cop, you're going to reach for your glove box. You're going to reach for your glove box first to pull out your insurance paperwork, your registration. You're going to reach for your wallet next because you got to show them your ID, and you're going to crack the window to be able to talk to the cop.
Right. And so that's that walking down. So Rebecca and Kathy were first on the timeline. So they were told Kathy's family was told that it was a police officer. The next couple, they were told that we feel it is someone impersonating police officer. So it appears like that is them trying to walk back that initial statement to the Thomas family and well, maybe not a cop, maybe it's impersonating a cop. And then now that it's just impersonation. What you say?
It's funny you would bring that up, like, oh, now it's first it was one of us, now it's impersonating us. Because this is a year later. So the second case a year later in 87 was David Knobling. I don't know if it's Knobling or Nobling, and Robin Edwards. And both of them were found along the James River shoreline. They were both shot, so very different than the first victims. Partially clothed, and the truck that they were in was found elsewhere. And like Craig said, the door was open, the headlights were on, the windshield wipers were running. There was no robbery motive because everything that you would take as a robbery was left behind. Nothing was taken in way of, oh, let me, gain access to these people's identity, their wallets, their purses, their what have you. None of that. But being shot is completely different than being stabbed. Like, to me, those two things, to me, serial wise, don't go together.
Don't go together. Don't go together. Don't go together. But their case, kind of similar to Rebecca and Kathy, ignited not just my investigator, insight, but that social worker insight. So again, this was a man who was 20 years old and a father. And Robin was a 14-year-old child.
Yeah. Now that I don't know where to go with that.
So right. So for me, it was like I said with Kathy and Rebecca, is this, like this person's attack on sin type deal. And so back then, the 20-year-old guy with the 14-year-old girl, it wasn't as gross and creepy as it is today.
Yeah.
But it was still gross and creepy.
Yeah.
What you say, Craig?
I said, yeah, it still was. Yeah.
It still was. And so again, that was my.
But I want to interrupt you with that, because you're saying it's gross and creepy, but the only way that if there's a murderer who is murdering people based on sins, you have to know the established relationship between the two, because they could be brother and sister. So what is it that you saw of these two that would make you think otherwise? Because it's not exactly confirmed or denied, more like implied from the things that I've read about the dynamic of their relationship.
So what I found out of the dynamic of their relationship is that Robin was originally dating David's younger brother or cousin. And so after hanging out with his brother or cousin, whoever that may be, then the two of them kind of secretly linked up. And that's how they ended up on the parkway. And so if the running theory is that whoever this suspect is targeting these people because they are on Lover's Lane, what would this 20-year-old and this 14-year-old girl have been doing? And I believe there was something about her underwear and her pants being down, like things like that. And so sometimes we can look at, again, when I have all of these CSC cases, which are criminal sexual conduct cases, and men are like, or women, because sometimes women are the perpetrators of those things also, it is I didn't know how old she was. She didn't tell me how old she was. Well, you can look at, let's be for real.
Yeah.
Like let's really be for real.
You have a child of your own, good and well.
Yeah, and I don't care how big and how developed your body is. I can look at you, baby, and tell you are 14, and that's because I'm not looking at you in that kind of sexual way, right? So it's all of those things that make me believe, like, tied my thoughts of the attack on sin, or what I'm saying, with David and Robin that I had with Rebecca and Kathy. Then my ideas began to change as the couples started to roll in.
Yeah.
They're all very different.
Yeah, it became real weird. So much so, like, because you mentioned it a little bit, Tanisha, I'm still not sure how this can be labeled as serial killings.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I'm not even sure at what point it was labeled serial, as you have the first one a year later, and you're just saying, okay, well, it's two people on the same road murdered, different ways, but because it's the same road, we're gonna label it as that.
We're gonna label that as that. And with David and Robin, a guy by the name of Sam Ryder came forward and put himself at the scene of their murder.
Really? Interesting.
He went to law enforcement and told them that he was an eyewitness, that he was on Ragged Island, which is where they were found. He says that he was on his way home. He saw Robin and David get out of the car. He approached their car. The car was running. The radio was on. And he said, as they went to the back, like wherever, down into the brush or whatever, he heard 2 shots. And he told the police that he took money from their wallets. And they let him go.
Wow.
They let him go. And after that is when they developed a task force. And from that task force, what you say?
After the fact. After they had a person, whether he did it or not, but, was the only eyewitness.
And he places himself at the scene. He says, and at that time, I don't even know if the police had even put in the media yet that they were shot and all of that stuff. So he's giving the police information
that's not even
viable information. And so from that,
he reported that at the scene, or that was post?
No, he says that he saw them. So he places himself as an eyewitness on the scene of their murder.
But I mean, was like he went to the police, or they were on?
He went to the police himself.
Oh wow.
He went to the police himself.
What was his name again?
Sam Ryder.
At the same time, I was curious if it was like how long it was between him reporting that, or if it was he was at the scene, the police were at the scene, and he just kind of strolled up.
No, so the way that I understood the story is that he went into a precinct or whatever they may have had then and reported to the officers, everything that I just said. And like I said, I don't know if at that point investigators had released any of the details on what happened to them in the media yet. But it turned out that their demise was described as them being shot execution style. And that was an up close killing. Now, mind you, this man just put himself on the scene. This man just came to you and said he heard shots. Did he hear the shots because he legitimately heard the shots when they were down at the brush or wherever they were? Or did he hear the shots because he fired the shots?
Well, they were both shot once, execution style, in the head.
And he says he heard 2 shots.
And he says specifically, I heard 2 shots.
And not only did he say he heard 2 shots, he went on to tell a story that would organically place his fingerprints and his DNA at the scene.
Right.
Because he says, I rummaged through their vehicle, their wallets was out, I took their money.
See, now I'm going back again and I'm like, okay, so did he take their money before or after he heard 2 shots?
Or did he take their money? Or is any of that true in the sense of, did he really take their money, or did he come to law enforcement to tell them these things, place himself at the scene, so just in case they find his fingerprints, that's why my fingerprints police are on the scene because, oh, I didn't do nothing. I just went through their wallets. I just stole their money.
Because
Yeah,
that's all that what I'm saying is that if I'm police, if I'm like detectives, police officers, what have you, and a guy comes to me and says, I took these people's money out of their wallet and I rummaged through their things, to me it would be, okay, well, did you do that before you heard the shots or did you do that after you heard the shots? Because if you did it before you heard the shots and you saw them walking down there, okay, you're a thief, you saw an opportunity. But if you took that stuff after you heard the shots, you're a cold-hearted son of a gun, because you know what just happens following two
Right.
shots.
Right.
You're gonna do that. I'm gonna hold you. I'm not letting you go.
I'm not letting you go. And like I said, these shots that he heard, did he hear them because they were out in the distance, or did he hear them because he's the one who fired them? But whichever way you decide to turn, the point is this man is a viable suspect, and why did you let him go?
Yeah.
I feel like this every case we talk about, there's some failure like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it
Yeah.
just with, we talked on the live a lot about the news this week, and the Brown University shooting and the professor that was shot at his home in the MIT professor that was shot at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts. And it's like, when you talk about just a perfect 1-2 of police work and media working together,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was one for the record books. But it's just like, back then we didn't have that at all. So it's just like, nobody's knowing who the cops are letting go. Nobody, because if media was all over things then as they are now, and you had a man walk in and say, this is what I saw, media would have been all over that dude as soon as he walked out of the police station reporting that kind of information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, there was another woman. So David and Robin, they were found September 23rd, 1987. There was another woman who was found unalived. Her name is Lori Powell.
Yeah.
Was found March 8th of 1988. So although Lori is not one of the official 4 of the Colonial Parkway murders, they essentially went on to link her murder with the rest of them.
Why was that?
I don't know why, because it shouldn't have been, and I'm gonna tell you why I think it shouldn't have been. Because Lori, the story with Lori is that she was hanging out with her boyfriend, a gentleman named Chris Cutler. Chris Cutler and Lori got into an argument, and Lori got out of Chris Cutler's car and decided to walk. The argument was about him speeding. Lori was never found again. So why wouldn't the last person who was seen alive with her not a suspect? Not only was she last seen alive with him, but through his own admission, they had an argument. And through her family's known knowledge is that the two of them had a tumultuous, toxic, and violent relationship.
But yet,
so there's
this on a suspect they don't even have yet, based on and how was she? Oh, she was just never seen again.
She was never seen again.
So at this point, she's not seen again, but you're going to connect her to the Colonial Parkway murders, where both couples of victims were found murdered together. And this is a one-off. This is one person who's missing. You didn't find this person murdered, but you're going to tie it into.
Right.
It's more like, oh, this person happened to be missing on this parkway. and treat it individually rather than group it with something, because then you could be going astray yet again.
Yeah, it's just too, it's so much, it's so many possible suspects that, again, in all of these missing peoples and unalive bodies, it just does not seem cohesive enough for this to be called um a serial killing. Like I don't get that from this.
So then in 88, we did have our third case that was
Mm-hmm.
directly related as a couple, which was Keith Call and Cassandra Sandy Haley.
Mm-hmm.
And they were, in fact, on a date. They went to a party, and they were leaving the party, and Keith was going to bring her home. And I had read somewhere he was going to go out and go to another party and spend the night at a friend's house
Yeah.
the next day. So the parents, they weren't expecting him home. So it wasn't odd, that he didn't come home because after that party, because they weren't expecting him till the next day.
Mm-hmm.
But Sandy didn't return home, and then and then he goes missing, and they find their car neatly parked on the highway, on the parkway. Keys were missing this time. All the personal items left inside. There were no signs of struggle, but both of them vanished.
Mm-hmm.
No remains have ever been found of the two of them. And it's the first case that has no bodies found. So now it's the first case with no bodies found that are couples, because Lori was not found, but she was singular. So you don't put, this is like a difference between missing persons versus murdered victims.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if it's single, then it's going to be a pattern. There's no pattern here.
No, there is no pattern here. The only pattern here that I found is the way the investigators seem to have gone out of their way to make Wilmer the suspect in this. So Cassandra and Keith, like you said, their bodies weren't found. But the investigators went down to the water area where their car was found. And they used cadaver dogs. And the dogs went down to the water and attempted to try to get into the water. So investigators believed that meant that maybe they went swimming or something like that. But they are saying they were found in like April. So, I mean, this would have happened. When did they happen? Yep, they went missing in April, so the water would have been too cold for that kind of stuff. But that the dogs went down there, wanted to get into the water.
I mean, what's your hope? Like,
it's April. Yeah, so I mean,
you got people who, you got the Polar Bear Club. You got people who aren't bothered by that.
Correct.
And this with that in this day and age,
right? And this is an outdoorsy type environment, right? So what's cold to me, a regular person who not outdoorsy might not be for these folks.
Right.
So this is where Wilmer comes in. He was then questioned by the FBI as a suspect for them.
Why? Where did they find him?
So they received a tip of someone who saw a truck with a license plate in the area, and the truck had a vanity plate. I don't know how it is in any other state, but a vanity plate is a unique plate. Once you get a vanity, there are no other plates of that. So his vanity plate was E.M. Raw. So Edom Raw. He was what they referred to as a waterman, and we can go into that in a minute. Yeah. So he was a fisherman essentially. So he fished for fish and clams and oysters or whatever else is there. So they saw his vehicle there, and they went to question him. But this is what ties. There was in between, right after Richard and Cassandra, there was Teresa Howell, who came up missing. So what the cops did was they tied Wilmer to Teresa. And so what they did was they matched the DNA that was found on Teresa with the DNA that was allegedly found from David and Robin. So now you see them trying to build up this suspect after we have walked it down from this was a police officer. Because my first question of that would be, and this is why I wanted to be very clear about this vanity plate, because I don't know an idiot, a drug addict, or anybody who will drive their vehicle that is registered to them with the vanity plate to a murder scene. Where they have murdered if all of this is correct, they have murdered maybe 6, 7, 8 people at this point.
Up until this point. And then they're going to take their vanity plate.
And you're going to take your vehicle?
Yeah.
So,
I think it's more like they liked him.
They liked him. They liked him for this. Yeah. And so then as they questioned him, the FBI, not Craig, not a regular person like you or I, Tanisha, but the FBI administered a polygraph test. And he passed it. So they let him go. But this is also why when we have had discussions before, Tanisha, where I have always said I'm not particularly impressed when investigators talk about they got DNA, because all DNA proves is that you existed.
Yeah.
That's all it proves. It transfers so very easily. You can have someone who was, SA'd and there is no trace of DNA there, or you can have someone who has someone's DNA on them but that doesn't mean that you were SA'd, right? So DNA just leaves too much room for interpretation, and you can place it in whatever boxes and categories that you want it to go into. Because again, we want to talk about how inadmissible polygraph tests are. Well, if that's the case, FBI people, why did you give him one in the first place? And then now that he passed the polygraph test, now what? You want to keep at it?
Yeah.
And that is exactly what they did.
So like when we're like thinking of this and like now all of a sudden they're like, oh, it was law enforcement. And then it was not law enforcement. It was somebody possibly impersonating law enforcement, down to this actual suspect that they want to place. But then he passes a lie detector test. It's like, so this isn't, if these are all done by the same person, then this person is extremely smart and calculated on how to get away with murder.
So after he passed his polygraph test and they continued to investigate him, they went to his home. And this is what the investigator said really drew their suspicion to him. They went to his home and they found him there doing what? Bleaching out the interior of his truck. Well, y'all just said he's a fisherman. Why would that? If you pull up to my house at any moment, you might see me in my driveway with a vacuum because I'm cleaning out Dutch's, hair, right? So if I am a fisherman and you pull up to my home and I am bleaching my car, how dare you be all that suspicious of me when I might just be trying to clear out fish guts or spoil fish water.
But when you think about it, like, I'm a water baby. I live at the beach. On My car is full of sand year round. But when you're a fisherman, I get it. But when you're a fisherman, it's expected. So do you really wash your truck out with bleach, or do you just hose it down?
Who knows? I don't know, because I'm not a fisherman.
Because
This is this right, and that is the profile that they created of him. So when they went down to the edge of the water where Cassandra and Keith with these dogs, it is at that point where investigators flipped their investigation to possibly this person may have been someone who uses boats and is off the water.
Mm.
So if in your own profile is that this man is a fisherman, then how is it suspicious to you that when you get to his home, he's cleaning out his vehicle from what would be the smells or the contents of him doing the very things that you have profiled him to be?
I mean, is this even a popular fishing area?
Well, so according to them, it is. And that was another thing that made me very suspicious about them singling out Wilmer. So what they decided is that whomever committed these crimes is what is known in that area as a waterman. And the watermen, as described in all of the information that I read, they're really described as kind of like degenerate type way. One of the investigators even referred to them as an unusual lot. So again, with them liking building a suspect, right? They are suspicious people. We don't, we kind of, they're on the outside. They're outliers of the primary society. And that is the pile of suspects they picked Wilmer out of. This person who they felt would have driven his own vehicle with a vanity plate to the scene of a murder. So am I.
Yeah.
A bit, and then when we fast forward, this is the man who, after he has been dead, you say is the suspect.
So you backtrack, he passes the polygraph, and then you kept using bleach, what have you. But then umpteen years pass, and now all of a sudden he's back to being a suspect.
So remember Lori Powell, who I said was last seen arguing with her boyfriend, who they did not label as a suspect? Well, he died a year before Wilmer died. So Chris Cutler, Lori Powell's boyfriend, died October 20th, 2016. Well, there goes that suspect. So now we got to keep building another suspect.
Yeah. No sense in chasing that lead that we didn't chase.
Yep. We don't no longer need to chase the lead of the man who was last known to be with and arguing with this suspect. So then they keep at Wilmer. And so how they find out about Wilmer is that they got a random notice of someone being dead in the home. Someone is unalive in a home. Just a random anonymous call. And they go to the home, and guess who's there? Guess who's deceased in this home? Alan Wilmer.
Wow.
And it is from that deceased body that they pull his DNA. And now they start, because you can't, because when he was alive, what'd he do? He passed your lie box.
You're right.
He beat the box. The box that y'all administer. So again, if the box ain't no good and we don't want to use it in court, then why do it anyway? Because y'all said, nah, never mind that, get him. And then he passed it. So you got to leave him alone.
And meanwhile, it's 1988, and Kathy and Rebecca and David and Rob
Mm-hmm.
murders have gone unsolved while you focus on a man and literally wait for him to die to collect some DNA.
Let me go back a little bit. So again, this connection between Chris Cutler, who was Lori's boyfriend, and Alan Wilmer, who ended up being the final suspect, they have almost the exact same backgrounds. So how they're like, oh, the person who did this had to be a fisherman. Well, Cutler, he was known to be a self-employed fisherman. And that ain't a rumor. That is what I found in his online obituary. So here's another possible suspect, but he died before Wilmer died.
You go from, like you said, when you, what do you call them? What did you call the fishermen?
The watermen. They call it the watermen.
Watermen, but basically not the upper echelon of the community.
Mm-hmm.
So you went from a high-ranking, controlled police officer, aware of surroundings and knowing the road and the terrain. You went from that possibility telling the families to a waterman.
To a waterman.
Just
To a waterman. So to a waterman that the lead detective on the case referred to as an unusual lot.
So you think that the unusual lot is capable of murdering two women in 86?
Mm-hmm.
Male and a female, separate ages, hate. What did you call it? The Dexter, being the Dexter out there, trying to right the wrongs of the world.
Yeah. And see that to me, that fits the motive of a police officer. You the police officer, your job is to uphold the law and make sure everybody is on the straight and narrow and living life according to somebody's rules. So you as a law enforcement agent, to me, just based upon your own profile, y'all fit the category of who possibly did this than these watermen did. These watermen, from your own description of them, are a group of people who want to be left alone, who are kind of living off the grid. And when you're living left alone off the grid, you don't care about what nobody else is doing.
Yeah.
You're not doing anything to draw attention to yourself.
Yeah, and the other thing is that this began, I mean, I don't know what was before 86, but this Colonial Parkway murders started in 86. So in 86, 87, 88. By 88, you have 6, 7, 8 murders along this stretch. And so what are you all doing to protect the people?
What are you all doing?
I was going to say, and then there's one more murder we still have to talk about.
Yeah.
And we still have to talk about it. But before we get into that, let me just say this. How does someone's body, deceased body in a house, goes anonymously reported to the police?
Yeah.
Like, what would make someone do that? And why is it always with these cases an anonymous source? Why?
Sources. Well, I mean, I guess one is anonymous because you don't want to be tangled up in whatever mess.
Oh, that's cute.
In a sense.
That's nice. That's a really cute explanation. I like that explanation, and I'm gonna tell you why I like that explanation. I like that explanation because that's what they want us to believe.
Yes, exactly. I was just gonna say, it sounds like a sus way of just kind of brushing over. You know, like it. You know, there's no way it came from an anonymous source. Somebody knew about it.
Right. No, but that's what they want us to believe. They want us to believe that, oh, this came from an anonymous source.
Yeah, but anonymity in the 80s is much different than it is today. There is no such thing.
They want us to believe that it was an anonymous source.
Because in today's day and age, your anonymous source is revealed and doxxed immediately. There's no such thing. Back in
There's
the
no
80s, anonymous sources were just that. They were ghosts.
but to say it's an anonymous source is just a way to keep them from saying we put that there, we planted that there, we knew that happened. That's a way to keep it from being on the inside. We could just say,
Yeah.
and it came from an anonymous source, especially when we were talking about a group of what appears to be unrelated murders that originally had a suspect who was a member of law enforcement.
Yeah, and then this is the case. The third case is the one that pretty much fueled the fact that maybe law enforcement is involved, or military, or what have you. Because at this point, it's just like someone is out here getting away with it. It's not
Getting
just
away with it.
they're getting away with it. This is a 8 body count.
But see, and again, that's back to what I always say. You don't have to play around with this stuff. I mean, somebody gonna get away with it anyway, just because of the environment. It's an isolated and desolate environment. So someone does something out there, they might get away with it.
Well, I was going to say, what about the fourth couple?
Yeah,
What
so that
about the fourth
leads us right into 1989.
Mm-hmm.
That case was Daniel Lauer and Anna Maria Phelps. And so
They were not even a couple.
They weren't even a couple.
Yeah.
Oh, Anna Maria was Daniel's brother's girlfriend. And they lived together in Virginia Beach. And so Daniel was visiting his brother and Anna Maria, and, kind of saw, they were having a little bit of financial difficulties and struggling. And Daniel was like, you know what, I'm going to move in with you guys. And, probably was a relief to help financially. And so he's like, okay, after this, let me go down and go home and get my belongings. And Anna Maria was like, oh, I'll tag along with you. I can go visit my family while you're, packing your things. And then we'll all come back and, we'll start this new chapter together where, you come and live with us. And I'm sure they were all very excited and, to all be together. And that didn't happen. Because on the way, they went home, they packed their belongings. And actually there was a married couple that went back with them as well. They hitched a ride with Daniel and Anna Maria. So, they dropped them off, and then Daniel dropped off Anna Maria. He went to his home, packing some things, went back, picked her up, and then they were off to go back to Virginia Beach. And when they were found, their car was found. Their car was found going in the wrong direction of the way they were supposed to be going. Their car was found on the westbound side of the parkway when they should have been going east.
They are dated, missing, or found on September 5th, 1989. In 2010, that's how many years later? Allegedly, there was a letter found in Anna Marie's belongings where she was supposed to have met someone in a blue van at a rest stop. The note did not state that person's name. Now,
so she's supposed to meet someone at a rest. Wait, this was found on her person?
It was found in 2010. This letter was found in her belongings. So pull out your calculator and tell me how many years from 1989 to 2010.
So none of you searched these belongings to look for any evidence or clues whatsoever. And she's supposed to be meeting somebody at a rest stop. Conveniently, you tell that all these years later to justify why they were on the west side.
Pay attention to this part. The person's van that she was supposed to meet at the rest stop was a blue van. Wilmer's vehicle with that vanity plate, it was a blue pickup. And if you look at, depending on if the angle that you looked at his van, it may have looked at his truck. It may have looked like a van because it was a Dodge Fargo pickup truck. And for those of us who know nothing about vehicles but watch television, think about Fred Sanford's pickup truck. It looked like that, whereas the big fat bold front. So if you saw it from the front or the side, it may look like a van. But how is it that all those years later, we find a letter in her belongings? Well, I don't know where her belongings were. It did not say that. But here's where my thinking was. If you feel, and I'm talking to law enforcement, if you feel that that letter is a tip or a lead, then what you are now saying is that Daniel would have taken his brother's girlfriend and delivered her to her murderer.
Yeah.
Or at least another man. So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
which that just doesn't even sound right.
Not at all.
No letter explaining, like, I mean, it's not like today where it's like, oh, I bought something on Facebook Marketplace. Let me go meet the person in the blue van to pick up my new tables that I'm going to use when we move in. It's like, you know why you're going to meet somebody in a blue van.
And why would she need to go meet anyone anywhere when she was safe with her boyfriend's brother?
Right.
It would have been no reason for him to, oh, hey, bro, I'm on my way to Walmart. Just so you know, I dropped your girl off at the rest stop to somebody in a blue van. I'll holler at you later.
That's not even what the plan was. And I get plans change and pit stops happen. But
I don't know every man in the world, but the men that I know in this world, ain't none of them finna drop their boyfriend's brother off at no weird rest stop with no weird vehicle, and truth be told, probably with a dude. Like, that's your brother's girlfriend.
But then you wind up dead right alongside her. So you're pulling up and you've got enough mind to say, this doesn't look right. We're not doing this. Let's go back around.
And this is 21 years later they're finding this note, right?
Right.
So
if we look at the timeline, in 2010 is when they found the note. Wilmer is found anonymously dead in some house in 2017. And then what is that, 2024, they decide to announce that Wilmer is the final suspect?
Because they had enough time in 2010 finding a note that said she was meeting somebody in a blue car.
And he's dead by 2017, so all gas, no brakes at this point. Is him.
That is not a case closed.
It's not a case closed. I'm telling you, and the whole time I was investigating this, I was just thinking, like, these poor families, like, if these were any of my loved ones who was harmed or missing or anything in this case, I would have had an attorney to go and get these investigator files, because this don't make no sense.
But again, it was a different time, and there was a lot more ways to cover up things, and I guess to easier to not get answers. Like, now we have all kinds of methods and access to information that just was not there.
And that's true, but that wasn't true. What you just said was true at the time of the original investigation. That was no longer true at the time when they announced that Wilmer was now the official suspect. That was in 2024. Like, I do not feel that this case is closed. And then once the officers, they sitting proud and they talking they tough talk. We did good, y'all. We got the suspect. When talking about Wilmer being found dead, and how the FBI had to let him go from him passing his lie detector test. One of the investigating detectives said that he would have done anything. He would have threatened him or anything else to get Wilmer to confess. This is what the officer said. So, do we as a country, is this how we want officers to solve cases?
Yeah, no. I mean,
what do you mean you would have threatened him or done anything else to get him to confess?
he said that publicly.
Not only did he say this publicly, he said this on the ID channel.
Wow.
In a documentary about this case?
Yes.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Unbelievable what you think you can get away with and do.
Right, and this is the kind of stuff that we see. So when I tell people I am a criminal defense investigator, they immediately think that my goal is to get people off. It is not. My goal is to make sure that whatever my client has been charged with, that he has not been investigated by an officer who says and believes that it is okay to threaten and do anything that you need to do to get someone to confess. This is why these prisons are packed the way that they are. This is why when everyday citizens are at home watching the news and they are taken aback and angered when they see that someone has been released from prison or when somebody's conviction has been overturned, this is that right here. What do you mean you would have threatened him or done anything else to get him to confess? But now that he is gone, now that heat is off of you all from your original statements from Kathy and Rebecca, that a member of law enforcement did this. We have gone from that all the way down to this degenerate waterman who passed a polygraph test. And then they said, oh, he passed it because, he's a psychopath and he's so smart and he's so this. Well, if he was so smart, why would he drive his own vehicle with a vanity plate to the crime scene? So we can't have it all these ways. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
And so putting it back to him being this degenerate and all these labels that you want to put on Waterman, which are so stereotypical.
Correct.
But also talking about the way how all these cases tie into each other, the way that this investigation was actually botched. They searched a fairly wide area to find the bodies of Daniel and Anna Maria and were unsuccessful. And it wasn't until 6 weeks later that they found their skeletal remains down a like a path or a road going towards the water or whatever. And
it was like a hunting trail or something.
Yeah, like a hunting trail. Two turkey hunters found their remains down a trail, and these bodies were almost done with, I don't know if it's care or being hidden, but they were covered with a blanket, with an electric blanket from the car. Again, the same MO, nothing's taken, wallets left behind, belongings left behind, and Anna Maria's locket was left behind. Now, was it left behind because she left it behind as I was here, you could find me? Or was it in a struggle? Was it purposely left by the killer? Again,
was it left in the car or did they find it in the woods?
It was in the woods.
No, it was out thrown about, I want to say somewhere near, like Tanisha said, in the woods, or maybe down near the water path where those dogs would have tried to get into the water. But yeah, it was left behind.
Yeah, and cause of death is undetermined because it was 6 weeks before they found them, and evidence washed away, a lot of rain, weather elements, and nothing's traceable. And because they were so badly decomposed, there was no way to tell how they were murdered or how.
Yeah, I mean, by then it's like animals have gotten to them, weather has
Right.
gotten to them.
So yeah, they definitely liked him. And like I said, me being a trained social worker, all of these themes really popped out at me. You know, one with the non-heteronormative couple of Kathy and Rebecca. Then we have this disenfranchised folks of these watermen as the suspects. Because the truth of the matter is, Wilmer, I mean, you know, we look at what's his name, Gacy. He was a business owner also, but this man, he didn't have a criminal record.
So I don't have a criminal record, but I'm just going to start, slaying, murdering, knifing, choking and strangling and shooting people on the parkway.
A whole bunch of people, very violently. So he didn't have a criminal record. He was a business owner. He passed that polygraph test. But somehow, after telling these victims that this person the suspect at first was a member of law enforcement, to now we're walking it back to, oh, this person impersonated someone, to, no, we got to do even better than that. We have to get down to a suspect that gets us far away from who our original suspect is.
So they turn to the usual suspect.
And they turn to the usual suspect.
So where does that leave everything in the end? Wilmer, is that his name? Wilmer,
Alan Wilmer. It leaves him 7 years after his death is being called the official suspect. And what was striking to me, 7 years in this work, we typically destroy files at the 7-year mark. At that 7-year mark is where you can comfortably and ethically begin to purge files.
It's that way for everything, right? Your taxes, your
I believe
reports.
So.
It's like
I believe it's that 7-year mark, and 7 is often just the statute of limitations across the board for stuff. I believe, like in some jurisdictions, it's 7 years for you to file suit for civil matters, like 7 for it to be 7 years. So it's a whole lot of weirdness.
Well, maybe we should start talking about, I mean, this is a theory, right? The one that you put together does. Well, were there any other theories that we haven't talked about that may have come up during this whole time since these murders started to now?
Like you said, like I feel like I don't feel like they're serial. I feel like the first 2 could have been individual hate crimes. And the other ones, I mean, the fact that they have singular murders in between them that don't fit any kind of pattern. And then our last victims weren't, Daniel and Anna Maria weren't necessarily on the highway, but, adjacent to the highway, but was roped into it. I don't really know how this is. The only thing that makes the Colonial Parkway murders is the fact that they were murdered on the Colonial Parkway.
And if law enforcement use these outlying cases of Lori and Teresa as a way to tie Wilmer in as being the suspect. Then why, when we look up Colonial Parkway murders, why isn't their faces there?
You know, it's crazy
What's
because you like to think that people and law enforcement are a lot like that, and I don't want this to always be like we're always coming down on law enforcement or what have you. This is like a case by case individual, like,
Mhm.
and they themselves listed and labeled it to families, to a victim's family, as possibly being their own, and not only that, possibly a person impersonating them. But when you think of what people are capable of, the kind of clubs that are out here in this world, when we're talking about nowadays, we're talking about sex trafficking children, you're talking about Epstein, and you're talking about Diddy. Who can put it past the blue wall of what they do inside their, like, I don't put anything past anybody.
No, and that is where they can get away with this. And again, that trained social worker, that part of me that sees everything based upon social economic status, based upon power and privilege and all of these things. Um, who who else could do these things? Like I remember one time I had a case, this man was a medical doctor. He took his computer to Best Buy to get fixed. You want to know what the Geek Squad found on that computer?
Yeah.
Child pornography.
Yeah.
So as a doctor,
Mm.
you smart, right? You take your laptop to the Geek Squad and you to be fixed, and you don't think that these people gonna find this mess on your computer. So that's that level of power and privilege. Going back to Diddy, all the Epsteins, all of this, that is that it is. Studies need to be conducted on how power and privilege corrupts a person's mind,
And
because there's,
obviously,
yes, because how would you think my little bitty self, my everyday regular self, I wouldn't have took that there.
yeah.
But if you have that level of power and privilege, I'm gonna take it there because you know it's there, because you put it there, or someone you know put it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You know, and we glanced over this other guy that I was talking about earlier, Edward Lee Bell, who's also deceased. As
they always are.
he was the most publicly discussed person of interest. And the reason why he drew attention was because he was a serial rapist in Virginia at those times. He operated in the same region. He attacked young couples, and he used control and manipulation. And in 1989, while he was incarcerated, he wrote a letter to the FBI claiming that he was responsible for the Colonial Parkway murders. And then later he recanted that information. So he wasn't charged because nothing matched up. Like, I mean, it's weird to me that you have a man who's in prison who is, I did this, I did that, and I'm known for being a serial rapist, and I've done all these things, and I'm telling you that I am, I'm the person responsible for these murders. And you go so far in your investigation to prove he's not. But then you go so far in your investigation to prove somebody else did, that has a clean record and never did anything. So things seem so backwards to me.
Well, one of the things is that I get from my clients all the time. There's, I know the law. I've been here before. They can't do nothing with me. I know you know what I'm saying? So if this isn't your first rodeo and you have been down this road before and you have a record and you have dealt with investigations and you have been on trial before, they can't put that on you. It's much more difficult for them to put it on you because you are experienced than someone who is not.
You know, as I'm listening to you, like, this other thing always made me, I never understand this. And you always see this like in, crime shows and stuff. But the FBI and the Virginia State Police were working together. And of course, there are butting heads and there's conflicts. And
Mhm.
so they investigated this jointly. And
Yeah, that's that task force.
so different, depending on where, it was in near York's town
Mhm.
or Williamsburg or Jamestown, like it's different jurisdictions handling these murders. But then you have the FBI involved. But then it's like, I'm reading that information sharing was limited. Why in the world would you limit information sharing when your goal, both of your goal is the same? Get who did this. So why would you, hold information unless it's something you're hiding? Like, otherwise, here, my doors are wide open. Check and look wherever you want, wherever you can find a connection. My files are your files are mine. Like, let's do this.
So the goal may be the same, but the intentions may not be. So for example, when they're saying cop did it, a cop from who? Would that cop have been a Virginia State police officer? And if we are the FBI and we believe that to be true, or we're hearing about that, then we might be a little bit kind of hush hush or apprehensive about sharing information with the Virginia State Police. What else was going on at that time? Did the FBI need like did they just take a hit that messed with their reputation, and now do they need the glory from solving this to help bolster the knock that they just got to their reputation? So although our goals are the same, we will have individual intentions.
Well, yeah, because then it was saying like the FBI was not in agreement with the Virginia State Police in the fact that they didn't think it was serial. There were multiple
Right.
offenders.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't just one. And then like the victims claiming that, that evidence was withheld, or that, there's conflicting information. So one police officer says it's a police officer, the other one says it's an impersonator. And like just and I'm sure all of the families are like, these people that you're questioning or come forward, you're releasing them too quickly. Like, oh, I heard 2 shots and I stole their money and I was rifling through their car. Well, what else did you take? You could have taken some evidence that could have placed who was there. You could have taken a shoe that belonged to
Right.
to a murderer. Like, you don't know what else this man took that compromised the investigation. Because at this
Because
point, they're robbing a crime scene.
even like the whole Wilmer thing, like when I said that officer who was like, oh, I would have done whatever I had to do to get him to confess, that in that same documentary that I watched, he went on to blame the FBI for even releasing him in the first place. So again, they can have the same goal, but their intentions may be different, and that's where the problem comes. Because this to say, that saying there's too many chefs in the kitchen, or we got too many chiefs, and that kind of thing, that's really a place when you have when you're talking about investigations and jurisdictions and who's going to take control. Maybe FBI didn't want to get showed up by the itty bitty Virginia State Police. Maybe the Virginia State Police didn't want to seem inept, that they could only solve a murder that happened in their jurisdiction with the help of the FBI. So it's a lot of mess that goes on in the background. Whereas the rest of us, just like you said, aren't we fighting for the same goal? And the answer is yes. However, I don't want him to win. I want to win.
Yeah.
So our intentions are different.
And then, but the worst part and the saddest thing about all of that is that when departments can't come together, the FBI can't come together with the Virginia State Police, or Virginia State Police is dropping the ball. At the end of the day, victims' families continue to suffer with no answers.
Mm-hmm. And that is why I said, knowing what I know, right? As a criminal defense investigator, I would have definitely hired an attorney as the families of these victims and requested a thorough overview of this investigation, because that it does not feel complete.
I mean, like, say at this point, like, I'm a family member of
Mhm.
one of the victims. And I'm
Mhm.
like, I'm not taking no for an answer. Can I go to the courthouse there and demand, like, I want to see my loved one's case file? I want to see all of this stuff because you're obviously not doing anything. I want to see what I can do so I can hire someone like you to help me with my case. Like, can people do that?
Yeah, I get those phone calls all the time.
Is it met with resistance, like trying to go because a case isn't closed or because maybe it's still open? Are there like
Yeah, it is oftentimes met with resistance, and when I explain all of these possibilities to the families, they then decide that they want to back away, because it's extremely costly. It's almost, they're not going to release any files of a case that
it
remains
costs you to
open.
find out what happened to
Right.
your family because y'all can't tell me what happened to my
Yes.
family?
So they're not going to release the files of a opened case. Okay. But let's say this case is now closed. And this is my family. Say this is my aunt Rebecca. My auntie Rebecca was unalive 10 years before I was born, but I see the toll it has continued to take on my family. They don't really know. I want to get down to it. And so I go to request that file because this is a 10, 15-year investigation. That file alone may cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars, because oftentimes these jurisdictions, these police departments, these courts, they charge $2 a page. And if we're talking about 10, 15 years of investigation, how many pages is that? How much does that cost?
Yeah.
So it's coming from the courts, like the courthouse, but this is not coming from police evidence.
Whoever is the holder of that file is where it will come from. So it will come from the court. If the situation went to trial, it will come from the court. If it is still under investigation, it will come from the investigating agencies. So in this case, you may have Williamsburg police who may have their hands on it. You will have the FBI who has their hands on it. You may have the Virginia State Police have their hands on it. You may have the county sheriff at any one of these little triangle historical towns who would have had their hands on it. So you would have to get the files from all of those investigating agencies. And again, we're talking about how many years worth of investigation at $2 a page. Even if they give you a bulk discount and say 25 cents a page.
I mean, a penny a page is still going to cost you a pretty
A
penny.
penny, correct. And that's before you have you've even hired an attorney. That's before you have even hired an investigator.
It's like just nothing but punishment after punishment for families. Like
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
seriously, like, I will pay for the ream of paper and I'll bring my own reams of paper and to copy. I'll bring my own. Like, I don't understand that. Like, you fail four families, not four families, eight families, and two additional families by not giving answers. But now you got to pay to find answers.
Well, I will tell you, to make it even more difficult, they don't just charge you for the page. What they say is you have to charge us for the time and the work to do it.
Somebody's got
So
to sit there.
so what they do is they charge you by who is the lowest paid person at that police station, that police precinct. So if we're talking about the police precinct of Timbuktu, right? And the lowest paid person there makes $15 an hour. So what they're going to do is not only charge you the penny per page, but they're going to charge you $15 an hour to even gather those pages. And then you will be charged the penny a page.
Okay, that was in the 80s. Okay, now I can walk into a police station and every single piece of paper that comes into the police station should be scanned and filed. And that when you walk in there, it's a matter of putting a little fob in the little thing, a USB, whatever you want. I don't know what you're using today. Or take your phone and put it up to the thing and go boop and transfer my files to my phone.
That would make my life so
Sophisticated.
much easier.
I don't think they're that sophisticated yet.
Is my mama would say that's too
You're
much
not
like
that
rock.
sophisticated yet, but
It's
yeah,
not that
you
sophisticated.
are.
No, we're still on paper.
Okay. Well, it's
We're
time.
still on paper.
It's time.
And why are we still on paper? Is it because because
Somebody wants to make money. Yeah.
You want to make money on a penny a page, $2 a page. Like that is like robbery. There should be laws about free information, about cases that should be available to family members who have lost loved ones due to the non-protection of districts that they live in.
But if you can get that for free, now we got to really do our job, because here come everybody wanting. So we got to tack all these costs. And again, so you got to pay that hourly rate. You have to pay per page. Then you have to pay for whatever means they get those pages to you. So if you say it's 15 years worth of investigation, that's going to take 2 external drives at like 3 teragigs, an external drive. An external drive that big, that in itself, 2 of those might be $300, $400, $500.
I just want answers.
Pay for them.
Yeah.
I just want to do
everything. That's the answer. That's the answer. Pay for them or you ain't getting them. And so what happens? We don't get none. Because we don't have that power and that privilege or that wealth. This system is so driven by money. Yo, let me tell you, I once had a client and he was well off. He was in prison for maybe 7 months at the time. His family was able to hire a full staff of defense folks, including myself. He looked at me when I sat in front of him at that prison and said to me, Des, they got to get me out of here. I've been in here for 6 months. I got to go. And because he had money, by that next season, that man was home. He was home because he could afford to get home.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. But here we are. Are we closing this case again with the same verdict as we did Ketty?
I say we need to close this case with under the file. We got to create a separate category of dear families, hire an attorney. Because the person who you have been told who has caused your family the largest amount of harm that anyone can imagine is not the person who did that to you all.
Well, with that all being said, this is our second case and officially our longest case.
Well,
we have discussed. It deserves it.
We're investigators.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big one. We knew that going into it.
Yes.
And there is so much that I'm sure we could still spend next week talking about.
I got a whole lot of notes in front of me that we have not even discussed.
Yeah, I mean,
that's also, just me.
Think about the family members that are still active. So, Kathy Thomas's brother is out there, runs a Facebook group and a podcast as well. So it's a case or cases that people haven't forgotten about and are still actively talking about and trying to get answers for. And hopefully this will be one small part of that.
Well, thank you everybody for sitting with us on another Sunday, going down that rabbit hole with us, talking about the Colonial Parkway murders. I hope you were able to join along, and if you have any questions, maybe we can address them on our live midweek next week. But we do have an all new episode coming out next Sunday. No details this time. You have to tune in and subscribe to find out what it's going to be.
Yes, tune in on our Wednesday live. Every Wednesday, we go live 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And this Wednesday, maybe we'll give you a little hint of our next case.
Maybe.
And you all see what kind of time I am on with this kind of stuff. If you have any disagreements or you want to add anything to what I have to say, hit those comments down there and let us know, and we can include that in our next live, or maybe even have you on our next podcast.
Yeah, and speaking of, let's give a quick shout. We did have a couple people that have been very responsive that helped us shape tonight's discussion. One was Al, who just wrote in and said, you have me into the whole whodunit shows again. Great show, which is great.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah.
To have something interesting.
Yeah, I think
something we're
doing.
doing.
And I think that was our goal.
Yeah.
So, hearing that comment tells me that we, at least as far as I am concerned, we have hit that first marker, which is to reignite people's curiosities on these kind of things in a way where they are not just being fed information, in a way where they are being invited to ingest it and digest it and add to it, stir the pot with us, because I really feel that oftentimes a lot of this stuff that happens in these investigations, they occur in a way where they do not want us to think this stuff through. Because we see just here right now, if the everyday person is thinking these things through and not just accepting what is being given to us, then these investigations and these outcomes will look completely different.
Yeah. And if you want to explore more, you could always watch our case overview of the Colonial Parkway murders. It's on YouTube. We also have a previous case that we covered, the Keddy Cabin murders.
Say it again. Say it 4 times.
The Keddy Cabin murders. That was our first case, so take a look at that if you haven't already. And please be sure to subscribe and let your friends know about this if it's something you really like. So tune in every Sunday. We release new content. Every Wednesday we go live, and in between all of that, we trickle in little shorts and posts and information as well.
So yes, hit us up, and we will see you Wednesday night live.
Yes.
So that's Christmas Eve. So.
Oh.
So not so then we get to have an audience. So it's you and your family, and y'all can sit around and watch us.
Exactly.
All right. We'll see you then.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
On the morning of September 20, 1988, a 19-year-old woman left her home in New Mexico for a bike ride she'd taken countless times before. She never came back. No body. No bike. No witnesses who could say what really happened. But 10 months later, a single photograph would change everything. A photo so disturbing, so controversial, that more than 3 decades later, investigators still debate whether it shows Tara Calico alive. This is 15 Minutes of Murder. Tara Lee Calico was 19 years old. She lived in Belen, New Mexico, a small town where people noticed when something was off. Tara was athletic, outgoing, and driven. She was attending the University of New Mexico, studying business. She had a job. She had plans. This was not a case of a girl running away. On the morning of September 20th, Tara told her mother she was going for a long bike ride, a routine she followed often. She planned to be home by noon because she had a tennis date later that day. She never made it. By early afternoon, Tara's mother Patty Dole knew something was wrong. Tara didn't always ride alone. Her mother Patty enjoyed the ride as well, mother and daughter, side by side, talking as they went. But at some point, Patty stopped. Not because she didn't enjoy it but because she had been stalked by a motorist while riding. A man in a vehicle had followed her closely, watching her and making her feel unsafe. And because of that experience, Patty worried. She urged her daughter to carry mace, but Tara didn't think she needed it. She brushed it off. She was young, confident, and she had ridden those roads dozens of times before. Tara was last seen around 11:45 a.m., riding her bike along State Road 47. When she didn't return, Patty frantically drove Tara's route herself. Sadly, she didn't find her daughter. But along the roadside, investigators later found something chilling: pieces of Tara's Sony Walkman, and her cassette tape. Her bike was never recovered. Several witnesses reported seeing a pickup truck following Tara along her route, but no description ever led to an arrest. By nightfall, Tara Calico had completely vanished. Nearly 10 months after Tara disappeared, a Polaroid photograph was found in a convenience store parking lot in Port St. Joe, Florida, over 1,500 miles from New Mexico. The photo showed a young woman and a young boy. Both were bound and gagged. They appeared to be lying in the back of a van. Had someone purposely dropped it? Or was it clumsily left behind by her abductor? When the image was released publicly, a family friend of Tara's saw it and immediately contacted the Calicos. Tara's mother took one look at the photo and believed the girl was her daughter. Not just because of the face, but because of a distinctive scar on the leg, a scar Tara had. Investigators sent the photo to multiple agencies. Scotland Yard reportedly concluded the image was Tara Calico. But Los Alamos National Laboratory disagreed. The FBI had ultimately ruled the photo inconclusive. And here's the detail that kept hope alive: the Polaroid film used to take the picture was not manufactured until after Tara disappeared. If the girl in the photo was in fact Tara, she was still alive months later. The boy in the photograph sparked another wave of fear. Some believed he was Michael Henley Jr., a child who had disappeared years earlier. But when Michael's remains were later found, that theory collapsed. Over the years, 2 more disturbing Polaroids surfaced. One showed a young woman with tape over her mouth, sitting near a construction site in California. Another appeared to show a bound woman on a train, wearing large glasses. Both photos were taken using film produced after 1989. Families believed, or desperately hoped, these images were connected, but investigators could never confirm that any of the women were Tara Calico. Some believe these photos were cruel hoaxes. Others believe they were glimpses of something much darker, something organized. To this day, none have been definitively linked. In 1998, Tara Calico was legally declared dead. Her death was ruled a homicide. But in 2008, a former Valencia County sheriff made a stunning claim. He stated that local teenage boys had accidentally hit Tara with a truck, panicked, and covered it up. No arrests were made. No remains were found. No physical evidence was presented. Decades later, in 2023, authorities announced they had identified individuals connected to Tara's disappearance.
At this time, law enforcement believes there is sufficient evidence to submit this investigation to the District Attorney's Office for review of potential charges. Currently, the identities and specifics of the persons of interest are sealed by the court and will remain so until a court order otherwises.
But no charges have been publicly filed. And the details remain sealed. Tara Calico's parents, Patty and David, died without ever knowing what happened to their daughter. They left this world with so many questions. Was their daughter abducted? Was the photograph real? Was the truth buried by fear, or in silence? Somewhere between hope and horror, Tara Calico's story remains unfinished. Tara and her family have no answers, no justice, and no peace. The National Crime Information Center's NCIC number for Tara Calico is M4611178833. This number is used to identify her case in the national database maintained by law enforcement agencies across the United States. If you have any information regarding her disappearance, you are encouraged to contact authorities, Valencia County Sheriff's Office at 505-866-2400, the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI, or submit a tip online via tips.fbi.gov. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, share, and remember, someone is always waiting for answers. This was 15 Minutes of Murder.
Hello and welcome everybody to 15 Minutes of Murder. Happy Sunday. We are going to be doing the podcast long length version of breaking down this case. So if you've been following us, you've seen episode 1 and 2. Our third episode is Tara Calico. And this was a 19-year-old girl who went for a bike ride the morning of September 20th, and she never returned. We don't know if she's missing. We don't know if she was murdered. We have our theories. We have our suspects. But this one is a whodunit and where is she? And the case is still technically open. So there's still room to have hope. But basically, this is a young girl who went for a bike ride and never came home. There were some sketchy circumstances around her disappearance. Des kind of thinks a little different than I do. I don't know what Craig thinks, but we're going to get into it. So, welcome to 15 Minutes of Murder. We are your hosts, Tanisha Slater, Craig Chapman, and our resident crime expert,
Desiree Edwards.
And let's break it down. So, Tara Calico, she was 19 years old.
19, a baby.
A baby.
Yeah,
Innocently, innocent, doing innocent things, going for a bike ride. Now, she used to go on this bike ride with her mom, or her mom would come with her sometimes on the bike ride, but mom got scared off. Now, I don't know what mom gets scared off the way she got scared off and continues to allow her daughter to ride this bike alone, 19 or not.
Absolutely. And to say, I'm scared off, use mace, but take my bike that I was stalked on.
Yeah. I don't know what that is. So basically, mom was riding her bike with her daughter and noticed that someone had been trailing them and stalking her and watching her on this bike ride. Or like what? And like, do you know the person? Is it a local person? I mean, it's another small town. So
I am just stuck on the advice is simply go ahead and go and take this mace instead of girl, we gonna sit this out, or at least do we find a different route?
They were out in the middle of nowhere in a small town. There could have
They
been
were
100 different routes they could have chosen. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's definitely a situation where she could have chosen a different route easily. They lived in the middle of the desert. I mean, they were in New Mexico. I've traveled through New Mexico a lot, and these small towns, they could have gone any route they wanted to.
Yeah, because her route was like 36 miles. So you can go 36 miles this way, 36 miles that way, 36 miles that way, 36 miles that way. Like it was options. We did not have to continue to take the route that we felt was dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's also maybe worth just getting to know Tara a little bit more. She was really athletic, really outgoing. So this bike ride was a normal thing for her. I think she had plans to go play tennis right afterwards. It sounds like me when I was her age. I was running, I was playing tennis, I was surfing at the beach, like she was an outdoorsy type of girl.
And well liked, had friends. She had her boyfriend. It wasn't like I was reading that. Okay, well, she from what I thought, she was liked. Studious.
She did have a boyfriend, and that's who she was supposed to have been meeting.
Right, that's right.
She play tennis with
and play tennis with him in the afternoon. So she was gonna get through her bike ride, and go do that. I don't know. I think she's done this bike ride so many times before. And I think a lot of people know this, once my mother's always like, once people know your pattern, like always like try and break your pattern so that people don't exactly figure you out, especially when you're like kids walking home from school or like going out with your friends or whatever, just be situational awareness. Seems like maybe she didn't have that, being that she didn't even listen to her mom telling her like, some stuff is up, like maybe you should chill a little bit or carry mace. But my mom's advice is not carry mace. It's go the other way. We're not bike riding.
Go the other way. Go the other way. And it would not be yeah. But I'm gonna tell y'all. So Tara says to her mom, I have a date with my boyfriend. I want to say Jack Cole or some very nondescript name like this is the boyfriend's name. She says, I have a 12:30 date with my boyfriend. If I am not back home by noon, come and get me.
That's right. I do remember that is thinking about that now. That is weird.
Weird. And then, so 12 o'clock was the cutoff time for Tara. She's saying, come and get me. Well, the reports are stating that the last person who saw her alive was at 11:45 a.m. That's 15 minutes before this cutoff time to come and get me.
Yeah.
Who would have known that? Like that just seems, and then that whole come and get me at 12 and we have a 12:30 date. We don't know where she would have been along her route. So if mom goes to get her, starts to look for her at 12, where at along this route would Tara have been? And would that have been enough time to get to find Tara and then get her to her date in 30 minutes?
I think didn't they say something about like mile marker 15 or something is where she disappeared along the road?
And how far was home from mile marker 15?
Yeah.
And it's just that timeline of 11:45 is when she went missing, and it was noon is the time when she told mom to come and get her. Like someone that definitely feels like someone knew.
So so you think that because Tara was like, come get me come get me as in I can't get back home quick enough, so come pick me up in the car and throw my bike in the back so I can get to my tennis date. That's the kind of that's
No,
what
what I mean by is if I tell Craig to come and get me at 12,
Mhm.
and no one who knew that I told Craig to come get me at 12 p.m. And then I go missing. Thank you, Craig. And then I go missing at 11:45, which is 15 minutes before someone was supposed to come looking for me.
So you're thinking mom shared the information with somebody?
I'm thinking someone knew. Absolutely.
No,
Absolutely.
no way.
Absolutely. That is what I think, because that's just too much of a coincidence. In the way in my head, it feels like, oh snap, what's her mom's name? Patty is going to go look for Tara in 15 minutes, or we got 15 more minutes, y'all hurry up and go get Tara before Patty goes out there looking for her.
I don't know. I'm not there yet.
Mm-hmm. And this is why in this investigation, when I say I could not get past her front door, because it's a lot of
Close to,
yeah,
it's proximity, as you say.
what you say?
It's proximity, as you say.
Yeah, and it is too much. Like that's just a lot. That's a lot of somebody would have known. It's like a timeline almost, and who would have known that timeline? So if my son, just like last night, I went and picked my son up, told him I'd be there in an hour. Who would have known that? That was a text message between us. So who would have known that his mom was on her way to get him within that hour? Would it be someone he texted and was like, "Oh, my mom on her way"? Like someone would have known that.
Well, the boyfriend, because I'm sure Tara
Exactly.
was like, oh, okay. Because I'm sure Tara was like, well, I'm gonna be on time, but just in case I'm not, I told my mom to come get me.
Mm-hmm. And then let's talk about the boyfriend. So now you are supposed to be the last person who was with her. So,
but she never made it to him.
but she never made it. And this is what I'm saying when I say I could not get past her front door, because there is so much in there just as we begin this discussion that leads me to believe that for right now where we are, that somebody knew her people at some branch of her network. They knew where this girl was. They knew her schedule. I do not think.
So now so she goes missing, but nothing is found. No bike, no body, no evidence whatsoever. Tire marks are found, but they could be any bike. It's not like she was the only person, traveling that road. They did find a black Sony Walkman that was busted up, I guess, on the ground, but like whether it was hers or not officially, I don't know.
I thought it was yellow, and that's how they knew it was hers.
Really? I thought it was black. I read it was black.
I thought I saw black too.
Maybe
Yeah, I thought it was black. I read that it was black because I was shocked. I was surprised too, but then I was like, oh, I remember those from back in the day.
Yeah,
But
but
yeah,
I also
yellow
remember Yeah, and I also remember us doing things to our Walkman that would make them personal. So like we might put stickers on them or, get one of those glue sparkle pens and write our names on them and stuff like that. So I wasn't too like I didn't be like, oh, well, how did they know that was her Walkman? I just immediately
Yeah, well, you assume because that's what you're told. She went on this bike ride. This is the length of where she went and
Mhm.
rode. She would have covered this amount of ground, so this right here would probably be hers.
Well, probably.
I guess of course the mom probably identified it as such, but but there was no. That was the only thing that was found. There was no like struggle. There was no like signs of struggle or signs that that there was a scuffle. No like tire marks or anything where somebody may have accidentally run her off the road. So like just
I'm reading, it says Tara Calico's Walkman was bright yellow and distinctive. Investigators found a broken piece of it along with her cassette tape near tire tracks, suggesting she may have left them as clues after being abducted.
yeah, that's strange because reading other reports, it was, and I think it was a what do you call those things? Like a police report.
Yeah.
But I mean, it
Well,
happened.
yeah, but that's a big item to leave behind to leave a clue. And what I mean by that is um when you leave your clues, they're usually smaller things that the
Mm,
person who is abducting you don't notice. So if this person would have thought to let me grab Tara and her bike because I don't want anything left behind, I would think that they would see her Walkman that would have been left there, even if they caught it out the peripheral view. Like
these
I
are
don't.
people who didn't care. Like you dropped something, who cares? That we're not here for that. We're here for you.
Yeah, but her Walkman, if what Craig just read is correct and how they're saying is distinguishable, they wouldn't want to leave that
Right.
because it would have been able to lead them back to Tara.
Hmm.
So that would have been leaving a distinguishable Walkman behind would have been the same thing as them leaving her bicycle behind because it could have been traced back to Tara.
I don't know.
So what are you thinking then, Des, in this 15-minute window?
Well,
What
what
do
I really think,
Mhm.
what I really think, and it may be a very unpopular opinion, but for right now, what I think is I think that Tara's stepdad had a thing for Tara, and that yes, and that Tara, yep, and that Tara rebuked him, and that he harmed Tara, and yep, and that is why because there was I read something about that the mom just latched on to this picture, right?
Yes. So the picture.
Right?
So Tara
Yep.
went missing. She'd been missing, and nobody seen. I mean, they were looking for her and all
Mm-hmm.
of this, and
And
a picture surfaced in Florida, in St. Joe,
mm-hmm.
Florida, which is
Mm-hmm.
1,500 miles, right?
It's far.
It's
Other side of the
1,500
country.
It's 1,500 miles from Belen, New Mexico. And there's a picture found in a like a rest stop or a convenience store area on the ground of a female that looks to be about around Tara's age and a young boy with tape over their mouths and tied up in the back of what they're saying is a van. And there's something about this photo that made me be like, that is very weird that the mom kept insisting.
Right. And so first of all, let's quit playing. That is not Tara in that picture.
You don't think so? I look
I
at it over and over, and there's parts of me that think that it resembles Tara's 16-year-old picture photo, but not Tara at her 19 years
no,
age.
no, I don't think that's Tara. And here is where I go with this. I don't think it's Tara, and the authorities don't believe it was Tara either, because it was the analysis of the photos remained inconclusive. This
Oh,
agency
yeah, but
said it's her, and this
Scotland
agency
Yard
said it is not her.
said yes. FBI said no, and
Yep.
then the national what is that, the my gosh, I can't think of the name of it, but it was a third agency that wound up being inconclusive. So it's like yes, no, maybe.
Yep. And I feel that dad, although he was stepdad, I think him allowing Tara's mom to clutch to this picture is him allowing Tara's mom to not focus on him.
So basically, him in the photo is not allowing Tara's mom to look inside the house. She's looking outside the house.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because like I said,
Because
go ahead.
In the photo, there's the mom is saying, oh, until the day she died, because the mom, all of them are gone now. The mom, biological father, stepfather, they've all passed away. And the mom, to the day she died, believed that that was her daughter in the photo.
Yep.
For two reasons. One, she said that there was a scar on the girl's leg that Tara had. And two, which is weird to me, there's a book, a VC Andrews book, next to the girl in the photograph that the mom said was Tara's favorite author. And that book was next to her.
Well, I'm going to tell you about this book. So, VC Andrews was the bomb in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. I don't know who
was the bomb. So I just so happened to Google that book. That book was a bestseller. So at that time, a whole lot of people would have had that book.
But the irony of it being her favorite author and it being there with that girl in a van randomly.
On top of nobody in that picture, and I don't care how sensationalized the media want to make that picture, ain't nothing gruesome about that picture. Though nobody in that picture look like they're under duress. They don't look stressed out.
I read that, but then it's just like, well, what if not Tara? And then this is a whole other thing, but if not Tara, this is a young boy, like even if it's a joke, like there's a young boy and a girl tied up in a van with tape over their mouth. I don't know what I would look like. I mean, I guess
so that picture was found, a year after Tara went missing. We don't know when the picture was taken. But sure. I would think that even if it was taken a week after she was abducted, that there will be some kind of signs of struggle and like fight and stress with Tara, because we opened with Craig saying how fit she was and how active she was. What we know of Tara would have fought. Whoever abducted Tara, I would imagine they would have almost had to beat that baby to death to get her in that van. I think that if with Tara, what we know of Tara, again, that there would have been some kind of defensive wounds. I don't think Tara would have sat there long enough in that position for them to take that picture. I just, y'all, I don't.
If you're scared, you do.
But they don't even.
If you're scared, you shut up and sit there and just look.
And when you're scared, your eyes look scared. When you're scared, your body is tense. None of it. Tara and that boy, like.
Maybe like, look. Let me look at this photo. Let's put this.
They're just like leaning to the side, chilling.
I mean, I read that in a few places where people say that about that photo, and I just thought that was strange thing to think about that photo, because I guess the first thing that you think is like, oh my God, like I guess you immediately go to the sensationalism of that photo of, oh my God, there's a young girl tied up. And I guess we don't know if they're tied up. They could just be sitting on their hands.
Because that's what I was going to say also. Neither of them, we can see neither of their hands. We can't, I don't think we could see their feet. It just looks very
I would
planted to
say that
me.
the little boy does to me look afraid, and the girl does not. I don't know. This photo
And
is just
and who
extremely
and
disturbing.
who abducts a 10-year-old boy and a 19-year-old girl? Like that's kind of like either or. Like which one of these you messing with, Mr. Kidnapper, killer person?
I don't know this photo. Like, and the other thing that is upsetting to me in this photo is, who are they? And why are they like this? And it's just like,
And why does the pictures keep popping up? Like this is so weird,
well, the
y'all.
first photo, I get it, but then everything else, then two more photos pop up. Another photo pops up in California, and then another photo popped up at a construction site. One, I don't know where the other one popped up, but then there's also like people calling the station and giving false leads, people saying that they're Tara, people saying that they know where she is, or, all these things. And I don't know what. My only thing is that the sensationalism of press then pull people out of the woodwork to want to be a part of something,
Right.
in a sick way. So those other two things that did pop up, I mean, they're not, neither here nor there.
Right.
This one is the one that her mom latched onto as, this is my daughter. I know this one. This is my daughter.
And y'all remember when we were talking about Idaho and I was saying how I really liked that investigation because the police kept it under wraps. They kept their mouths shut. This right here is the complete opposite of that. Like it was so much like down the line when you move down the timeline is police constantly saying, oh, we got new leads and we got this and we're on our way to make an arrest, and it's nothing. So much so that the dad, who I have suspicions about, began to ridicule the police by saying, why are y'all saying this? Like if y'all not going to move on this information that y'all have, then why are you saying it?
So you're talking about her biological dad.
No, I'm talking about the stepdad. Yeah.
But why? But if the stepdad is somehow involved, why would he question police? Let them keep going on their wild goose chase.
Because people participate in searches all the time. Like people insert themselves in the investigation of the dirt that they have done all the time. One of the things that law enforcement knows is that when you are at a crime scene and you know how like it's usually golfers standing outside watching, the person who committed that is usually in that crowd.
I've heard that.
Watch and view how things go down, and in plain sight.
Watching how it went down out of just like curiosity to cover their own butts, but also watching how it went down to kind of sit back like, look what I did. Look at this chaos. Yeah, I done good. Like they're present. What'd you say, T?
Cocky arrogance of it all.
Cocky arrogance. And then we're also talking about the mind of a person who would even do something like this. So that alone tells us that person not thinking, like us normal folks would think, right? So,
it's strange. So then we talk about, okay, so the mom, so you suspect the dad. So then the mom is like, my daughter didn't return. And you're worried. So she goes out and she drives the road herself to look for her daughter, doesn't find her daughter, and then reports her missing. So like, I don't understand like how a mom to me, it looks like she did all the right things as a mom. Like, my daughter, like, told me to come get her. She's not around. Let me go look for her. I look for her. I don't find her. I immediately call the authorities.
I mean, on that end, she did the right thing as a mom. Think on the front end, the right thing for a mom would have been, girl, don't go. Girl, change your direction. So she did the right thing as a mom, to follow up behind some not so great advice or direction that she had done, that she could have given her daughter to even possibly prevent this.
The other thing too
If we're
about
going
the
to run
photo,
with the, what'd you say?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I just something popped in my head, and you know I'm like
What was
Raymond.
it?
That the photo, like what? I'm not. Maybe I don't, because I don't know. Like the photo, this happened in New Mexico. The photo is found in Florida.
In Florida.
Like, who saw this photo in Florida and was like, this must be Tara Calico?
Not only who found it in Florida, but the person who found it then says there was a van parked in the spot where I found it at.
Right, that's right. So then technically there's ties back to seeing a van following Tara the day that she was riding her bike. So that's weird.
But listen, I found a picture, and where I found the picture, a van was parked there. Huh?
Yeah.
So you like you remember that? So if you pick up a potato chip bag off the ground, you're going to be like, oh snap, there was a van parked here. Like, how does that information?
Because if you're like unsolved mysteries in the 80s, well, this was 1980, so this was super early 80s, so that wasn't a thing, right? But if I pick up a picture on the ground and it's disturbing as a girl and a boy with their mouths taped up around, I'm like, where do you think this came from? Oh, snap. And we all know, like, stranger danger, Scooby-Doo vans, like, don't like, mess with them.
But you would have led with the van. You wouldn't have led with the picture. You would have led with, oh snap, that van was right there, and then I found that picture.
I don't know, like it's just weird to me. That's like somebody gets murdered in Florida and you're up in Vermont and you're like, oh, I just found this photo and this looks like like, how do you know? Like, it's not like it was that national.
And this right here is why I say I couldn't get past the front door, because all of this other stuff that we're talking about, none of this kind of makes sense, and none of it really has a place. So every time we talk about something, it's like, just back to this picture. Like, but how do they get there? And this from here, and this from there. So one of the things in my investigations, I always say, no matter what was done, no matter how it was done, no matter who it was done to, that chain of action, that chain of events has to make sense in my head. So what I mean by that, like, oh, okay, I can see why they would do that, or oh, okay, I can see why they would do that. I don't have any of that here. And in this investigation with Tara, where my brain stops with clarity is who knew where she was at during this day, during her track. That, because nothing else makes sense.
So you're definitely not on the wavelength of this was a random, or this was a serial killer, or this was
no,
like a stranger abduction.
This is one of the situations where when people call my phone and say, Des, I've heard about Sunshine Investigations. My family member is missing or has been killed. And then when I listen to them, I say to them, you don't need an investigator. Y'all already know who did this. Y'all already know who did this. because nothing past the Walkman makes sense. Not that picture, not the picture being across the country. None of that makes sense.
Oh, well, let me correct myself. So it was Scotland Yard who looked at the picture and believed
Yeah.
it to be Tara. And I'm like, Scotland Yard, like they went that far to analyze this photo? And then, so the Los Alamos lab is the one who said, no, this is not Tara. And the FBI's findings were inconclusive. So it's still the yes, no, maybe. But at what point did you put so much weight in a photo that's found in Florida for an abduction that happens in New Mexico and take this photo as far as Scotland Yard to have it analyzed because a mom said, I think that is my child in the photo? So now it's what you say. So now you're going on this crazy lead of a photo when you have all these like questions of the town that you could be answering, but asking and knocking on doors, but you're attached this girl to a photo that's most likely not her.
That's most likely not her. So again, when I'm working my investigation, no matter what the crime is and all that kind of stuff, I need it to make sense. I need to be able to look at the police reports, the news articles, whatever it may be, and say, okay, I can see that. Okay, that makes sense. But see how right now when we're talking about this picture, you can't do that. You right here, you can't say to any of us, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Nothing in this makes sense.
And so like then I just can't stop thinking about the photo, and then it's like that's how it happens. Like then you get the smoke screen of it all. It's like you're no longer like on this road going who else was on this road, like you're like going down this rabbit hole of a photo.
And that's why I think the dad let the mom latch on to that photo, because it's distracting.
But then it makes me think even further, was it intentionally distracting?
Mm-hmm.
Like, was it a plant type distraction? Like something planted, somebody knows somebody well enough to say, let's feed this back to, like, I don't know how it got back. I don't know how it got from Florida to
because what we even know is that the little boy who they suspected in that photo turns out to not even be him.
But who also was a little boy who went missing